fight all the place in it. Yeah, they fight all the place in it. Had it perfect times, they just had the love goes by. I know it's natural to say, but there ain't no other way. So step on up to the plate. Need to face what can spread on into the light of us. Step on up to the plate. 'Cause this ain't no game. It's time to make history, yeah. It's a war out there every day. You can't hide from me. You gotta pray by the rules, pretty cool. Gotta laugh in the face of the saddest screen. When your friends and boss look alike on the face of it, they miss the history. But they fight all the place in it. Yeah, they fight all the place in it. Had it bad times, they just had the love goes by. I know it's natural to say, but there ain't no other way. So step on up to the plate. Need to face what can spread on into the light of us. Step on up to the plate. 'Cause this ain't no game. It's time to make history, yeah.
Sup, guys? This one was a long time coming. Oh my god. I can't believe we're finally freaking doing this. This has been something that has been planned since, well, we started it a really long time ago, but it's been planned, you know, ever since I decided that I wanted to look into getting a new computer. But for the longest time, I had that laptop with dementia cape, so it wasn't working out. Excuse me. But we finally are here. We get to do it. This is gonna be a great experience, joining my little cult, because you guys are gonna be able to finally all share the joy and absolute twisted inside jokes that I come up with during streams all the time, but never feel justified in sharing them, and it's because you guys don't know all of the lore and the Christery. So, with that all said, I'm very excited to get into this tonight. Let me turn down the music a little bit. For those who don't know who this is, what we're doing tonight, we are going to be starting this documentary series on YouTube. This is called Christian, A Comprehensive History. Now, these are all videos that are covering this individual whose name is Christian Weston Chandler, who now goes by Christine Weston Chandler. There was a gender, an identity swap a few years back. And this is someone who a lot of people would consider to be, well, the first of a lot of things, but the first, in this case, would be a lolcow for Chris. And a lolcow, if you aren't familiar with the term, is basically someone who gets made fun of on the internet without really knowing about it, to put it as blunt as possible. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing, I'm not saying that I condone it. A lolcow, a lol. Falafel. He's been through a lot. He's one of the most well-documented people in the entire world. More than several presidents and world leaders. It's pretty fucked up. And you'll find that when we watch through a lot of this, that it's actually this guy's fault. Now, that all being said, this guy, if you can't tell, he's a little funny. He has high-functioning autism, as we'll learn later on watching. There are going to be some things that might be hard to sit through for a few people. But I just want to, like, kind of demonstrate to you guys, like, the range of his influence. So I feel like a lot of people... Is there anyone more documented? I'm sure, but Chris is, like, pretty high up there. We'll find. We're not going to get into it just yet. Just a little bit more. Whenever I ask people if they've heard of Chris Chan, the answer is usually going to be no. But sometimes I'll ask them if they've seen particular other videos on the internet or something. So one example that I always say or ask them is, like, Filthy Frank's Weeaboo video. Is that even still up? Let's watch someone react to it, and then if there's the rapping part at the end of it. Yes, okay, I see it. Reacting to a reaction. I'm on a roll with this DMCA shit. During this video, there's this part right here where he's, like, got his own little song playing about, like, weeaboos and shit, and there's a picture of Chris that comes up, and a lot of people have seen it, obviously. Because it's Filthy Frickin' Frank. But they don't know who it is. They just think it's, like, a fucking picture of a weeaboo that he found on the internet. But it's Chris Chan, and I'll show you it when it comes up. Real quick. I don't want to skip it, because it will be pretty quick. Is it gone? Wait. I'm not even, like, looking at her reacting right now. I'm just waiting to see the part where Chris comes up. Shiva. There's a lot of pictures in here. That's fucking Runo from Bakugan. Yowie. That's Chris right there. And I think there's another picture of him also that comes up, which is the picture. Both of those are in Junkie's resource pack that he made. And even beyond that, this is the last thing before we start, by the way. There is an entire wiki dedicated to documenting all of these events in Chris's life. Down to, like, the number of days since he's last, like, worked or applied for a job. And like, all kinds of fun facts and stuff. And there's over 2,000 articles. So, there's a lot to take in. This series alone is a documentary that actually was redone. There was an original version of this documentary, which we did start back when that was new. But the creator decided to take a break and come back with remade parts because he got some sequence with some events wrong and also left out some facts. So this is better that we waited a little bit. And as you can see, there are almost 50 episodes, and every single one is about 40 minutes long. And it's not even caught up to Chris in present day, because she is still kicking, alright? It's not looking good for Chris, the whole situation with them. It's actually just concerning more than entertaining at this point. And there's even more series and stuff that we can watch beyond this. So, I think with all that being said, we are finally ready to delve into the deepest depths of Christery.
Baba Booey.
So why don't we do this? We're gonna go right into part one. Obviously, I've watched a few parts already because I've been watching them with my roommates, but I already know, like, everything that happens anyway. I just want to be your guys' guide, and it's also just fun for me to, like, you know, watch this shit with Chris and everything. So we are gonna get right into this, and let me know if the audio is pretty good for you guys. Here we go. Are we watching them all? Not all tonight. It's over like 30 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
Chris Chan. Arguably the most documented person in history.
Christery.
His antics have been witnessed by millions, with many always keeping a close eye on him, waiting to see what he does next.
Because all you do is make me feel sad and depressed. He should love his mother. She misses him. Hello, we're live on the internet. What do you want? Mom, hello. I love the women outside. Do not hate. Hate is not so good. I want everything about my house off the internet! Don't call anybody.
Iconic.
I'm asked to shake. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, whatever.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
I'm eating cashews, sorry. Get used to that song, by the way. I'm not
Christopher
skipping
Weston
it.
Chandler was born on February 24th, 1982, in Charlottesville, Virginia, to parents Bob, aged 54, and Barbara,
Welcome to
40.
the boat.
Thanks, man.
Bob had worked in the engineering field for Western Electric and later General Electric. The family held Bob's life accomplishments very proudly, as he had at least 7 patents to his name, including mechanisms used in the production of Kleenex and molding of plastic water containers. Bob was very world-conscious and was an avid collector of stamps since a very young age. Later in life, he developed a love for music, especially foreign music. He eventually amassed a collection of over 10,000 vinyl records. He had a son and daughter from a previous marriage, the relationships with whom were strained to say the least. Barbara was a secretary with Virginia Power. She had a habit of hoarding her belongings and was an emotionally abusive person, which convinced her then 17-year-old son, Cole Smithy, to seek independence and live life on his own.
If it wasn't obvious, by the way, this entire, first part is going to be establishing a lot of shit about his family, his early life in school. And I'll just, put this out there. The first, 3.5 so parts are going to be kind of boring. But they're important, because they're going to be establishing a lot of things that kind of explain Chris's upbringing and why he ends up the way he is. And it's, important down, obviously, to the way his parents conduct themselves. So, yeah, we can tell Bob is, a very well-rounded, outgoing type of guy. But we'll kind of see a little bit later on where they show their true colors. And Barbara kind of already is getting painted in a pretty bad light. And we'll kind of see her become more of an enabler for Chris later on.
So when Chris came along, Bob and Barb got a chance to start anew.
Are these going to happen every Sunday? Yeah, just answer it for me. I don't know.
Chris later claimed that at around 2 months of age, he uttered his first word, monkey.
It's physically impossible. You can't make the K sound when you're no, you literally physically have not developed that. You can't do that.
It
You
didn't
can
take long
you
for
can
the
do
parents to see that
monkey.
Chris wasn't quite like most other babies. The first signs of his autism could be witnessed in 1983. Despite his condition being congenital, he had stated that his autism was brought about by one particularly traumatic event when he was 18 months old. A babysitter named Roach, or Roach, would look after baby Christopher whenever his parents would go out in the evenings. One of these nights, Chris inadvertently infuriated her, and she locked him in a room filled with toys, in the dark, alone. This would prove so traumatic that he refused to speak for the next 6 years.
That's pretty heavy. He doesn't speak for the next 6 years. Like a Pokemon Pro tag. Now, I don't know if this is like ignorant of me to ask or not, but yeah, I know it's kind of crazy. That's not like an explanation for him having autism, right? Like he's born with that, and him not speaking and being mute for 6 years is like an autistic response to have to that situation, right? Like that's not. I think that's like in Chris's words how he feels it happened, but yeah, I don't think. Yeah, okay. Pretty sure that's how it works. Still, kind of crazy.
Even though he sees this event as the source of all his troubles, he does not blame his parents for keeping Roach as his babysitter.
Could be
for they
PTSD.
did not know better. Despite living out his childhood as a mute, Chris was anything but quiet. He confessed later on in life that he screeched often and was very troublesome to his parents.
Binding of Isaac. A lot of
In
things
1985, the
are
Hammer
influenced
household
from Chris.
moved into the neighborhood. The Hammers and the Chandlers struck up a cordial
It's kind of like
relationship,
JoJo's.
which led to Chris forming a bond with the Hammer's daughter, Sarah. Looking back, Chris considered her to be his closest childhood friend, and that she greatly helped him with his autism. However,
She didn't.
from what is known of their relationship, it is also likely that she took advantage of Chris's innocence and trust, and
Right.
may be seen more as a bully than a friend.
Right.
For example, she once told him that Casper the Friendly Ghost was hiding under her house. Naturally, Chris crawled into the Hammer's crawl space to find him, only to find spiderwebs, bugs, and dirt instead. Sarah locked him in.
I'd cry.
After about half an hour, her dad came to his rescue. On another occasion, she told Chris that if he were to eat the upper thing of a honeysuckle, it would taste like honey.
Do you
This
guys
is a
ever do
reference
that?
to the berries of a honeysuckle, which can be slightly harmful if ingested in large doses. Fortunately,
One of those friends.
the
She's
parents
like
told them
a
of
she's
the
like a
dangers
Greg
of doing
Heffley.
so
Yeah.
before Christopher
And
could
he's
fulfill
Rally.
Sarah's wish.
He's a
At the
no.
age of 5, Chris began studying at Greene County Primary School together with Sarah. It is not known how he was treated here or how he got along with the other kids. In addition to taking regular classes at the primary school, he received language training at James Madison University. In 1987, in a lengthy letter addressed to Chris, dated December 26th, Bob offered his outlook on life and presented
Yoshi.
some life advice for his son. There are many sides to a mountain and many ways to climb it. If you get stopped, back off, regroup, and try another way. If you are still not successful, maybe it is not meant to be. If it is meant to be, having it on the back burner simmering for a while is not bad. It will pop up again, and the way to attain it will be there. Everything in its time. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself and your children. He also expressed wishes for his son
was
to
thinking
inherit
forward.
and hold dearly his vast collection of music, movies, stamps, and art prints. He
Bob
reminisced
really
about the
like
straight razor
tries
which
at
he
the
inherited
beginning,
from
but
his
you'll see later
grandfather,
on.
which he carelessly broke while using it as a screwdriver.
It gets a little iffy.
Bob still held on to that broken razor his entire life because his grandfather wanted him to have it. Bob hoped that Chris would share his father's sentiment. I hope that you will not carelessly misuse, waste, or destroy the value of the many things I have collected for you. First, learn all about them, how to use them and enjoy them, their value, and how you can thoughtlessly waste their value. Then enjoy them as I have. For example, my very good stamp collection, or all the recorded popular music on cassette tape, VCR tapes, and records. My books on popular music, movies, entertainers, musical theater, ship models, my daylilies, gazebo, and dreams. This letter offers an insight into Bob's character, as he feared that all he had accomplished over the course of his life may be lost.
And he
In
really
1989, during a weekly trip
starts
to
to
the
like
toy
show
store with
that
his mother,
later.
Chris picked up a GoBot up on display and slowly started to read out the text on the package, ending his 6 years of silence.
I'd pop
Later
off.
that same year, Bob and Chris converted the shed in their backyard into a workshop, christening it the Dreaming Studio. Bob had hoped that he and his son would build things together
Like
there.
if you were the
He
parent,
even commemorated the space
you'd be like,
with
"Oh.
the plaque. Dreaming Studio.
Oh, thank
of
God."
Mr. C and Little C, where dreams do come true. However, when asked about it, Chris could not recall what, if anything, had been built there. It was instead mostly used by Barbara for storage. For Christmas of that year, he got a Nintendo Game Boy. This was also the year that the family got Patty Chandler, a Beagle Spitz mix, which they picked up as a pup from their Aunt Karina.
Pup.
Chris grew very attached to the dog, displaying a fondness and arguably a love rarely shown for anything or anyone else in his life. In 1990, Bob co-hosted a
It's a little
jazz
Sonichu
marathon on WTJU radio. During the program, he displayed his keen knowledge on 20s and 30s jazz music.
Okay, now we go on to performance number 2, which is Tight Like That. This is November the 9th, 1928, with Chicago personnel, Tampa Red's Hokum Jug Band. There's a great group of Chicago musicians featuring kazoo, guitar, and jug by Hudson Whitaker. Tampa Red's guitar, Thomas A. Dorsey is on the piano and the washboard. Frankie Half-Pint Jackson vocals interact to make this a great session. Listen for some very good kazoo.
Yeah, it's a little staticky, I know.
And notice how Half-Pint Jackson laughs like scat singing. Very unusual.
It's documented because they found the VOD of Bob. He's a streamer.
1990 also marked the last year of Chris's tenure.
And you'll find out why they have
School.
a lot of information on
For
his
his
early
fourth
life later
grade
too.
studies,
Like they'll
he
explain that.
transferred to Nathaniel Green Elementary School.
And I'll point it out for you
It
too.
was here where he allegedly had very distressing experiences. He asserts that the staff at the school didn't know how to handle autistic children and treated him cruelly. Chris contends that 5 members of staff abused him by pinning him down to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audio taping his cries. Furthermore, he
We've
claimed
never.
that the principal
That's actually
forced
never
him
been
to sit
confirmed
on
to be
his
true.
lap and said
No one
offensive
knows if that's
things to
actually
him.
true.
But little Christopher resisted, and the advances never went further than
It might
that.
be though, and if it is,
The
that's really
principal
fucked
is
up.
also claimed to be gay, which Chris feels justifies his homophobia.
So he thought his
I was
principal was
abused by
gay.
one. A
which is
homosexual
important.
principal at my elementary school slapped me on his lap, said some offensive things to me, and I felt uncomfortable. Even though Chris's accounts of the events could not be verified, it is also not unlikely that an event like this could have taken place. Though Chris never specified the reasoning behind their attacks, nor did he state whether him being restrained and being assaulted by the principal were separate or related events, it is possible that he may have been restrained and verbally abused as a form of disciplinary action, and even placed in a scream room, which was a fairly common school installation for dealing with autistic children up until the mid-1990s. Whatever event transpired,
Was
it
that really a
forced
thing?
Chris's parents to take him away from
Scream
Nathaniel Green
rooms?
Elementary School. To further things, they took the case
Bruh.
to county court. After the school board threatened to take Chris out of mainstream education and instate him into a special needs school, the Chandlers dropped the case. For the remainder of the school year,
You're going to the
Chris
scream room.
Christopher had an uplifting experience that would change his life.
You were in one of those?
During a shopping trip in Richmond, possibly in
We gotta make a
December
scream room in my
1992,
Minecraft world.
On other accounts, he stated that it was 1989. He came across the Leonard Bernstein
This is very
Symphony
important.
Orchestra, a show comprised of animatronic characters that is held around Christmas time at the Regency Square shopping mall. The conductor, Leonard Bernstein, is made to be fully interactive with his audience with the help of a human controller behind the scenes. On this blessed day,
FNAF is
the
real.
turnout for the show was weak, so Chris got extra attention from the bear. When Leonard asked him his name, the person controlling the animatronic misheard it and answered back, calling him Christian. The boy took this as a profound sign and felt that he should be called Christian.
And he got it legally changed
In order for
later.
Chris to continue with formal education, Bob and Chris
Was that
moved
the bite of 87?
while Barbara remained in the family house in Ruckersville with Patty, so she could keep working. Christian enrolled in Providence Middle School in Richmond. He looked back fondly over his time here, giving special credit to his teacher Virginia Sanford.
Before we get into that though, I just want to preface or emphasize that I don't know, I don't even remember, I wasn't listening, I zoned out, but like he views that day when he got called Christian by Leonard as like a very important like divine day of being christened. Like Chris is a very like religious person, so like, you know, he believes in like a trinity, and his trinity is God, Jesus, and the bear instead of the spirit. And sometimes he'll refer to God and Jesus as one being known as God Jesus. It's like
She
Super
was the
Saiyan
most
God
influential
Goku.
teacher in my life.
This is his teacher.
During my years
One of the
at
only
Providence Middle School,
wholesome
she taught me
influence
better social
interactions
skills,
you'll see
how
will
to
come
better
from
cope
this.
with other people, bullies, and life. With a positive and fun tomboyish attitude, she was a teacher any child would be most proud to look up to and be taught by. He also forged a friendship with Natasha Turner, a girl a few years older than him. He lost romantic interest in her when he saw her smoking. They would often hang out
Cringe.
together at the bus stop. He would sometimes give her money on behalf of his father for her friendship and attention. Chris would later realize that Natasha was, in a sense, a friend with benefits. She would stay with him and be friendly in exchange for a monetary reward from Bob. Bob?
Have you ever heard of that being real? Like, back when I had friends and was able to hang out with people pre-quarantine, fucking, you know, my friends would be like hanging out in my room downstairs, and then like my mom would come in and say hi because like they're social parents, and like, you know, they always like to find some way to make fun of me or whatever when we're all hanging out, and they'll be like, oh, she'll be like, hey guys, oh my god, how's everybody doing? I'm so glad Aaron has such great friends. Your checks will be in next week. And like, obviously it's bullshit. Right? It's never been a real thing. I've never heard of that being real. That's something that you hear about in like a cartoon. Someone's parents paying someone to be friends with somebody. Jewish money though? Yeah, but that doesn't explain this.
Hope in forming true friendships otherwise.
And I'll say it again, I love my parents. This is very important, what we're about to see right here.
In the fall of '93, Sega, the video game developer, held a watch and win sweepstakes contest in conjunction with their Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. The lucky winner would get a $1,000 shopping spree at KB Toys. And that winner...
What's up, my Sega?
Christian is one of only about 100 winners nationally to receive $1,000 worth of Sega games and equipment. For his parents, it's just another example of how well he's doing. Christian is a high-functioning autistic child. This past fall, on his own initiative, he entered a contest based on a favorite cartoon character.
Yeah.
I had to do was exactly what Sonic the Hedgehog
This is iconic.
cartoon, and I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it, and write it down for a whole week, and then I had to mail it in, and I had to be drawn out of a hat, and I just won.
And I just won!
Christian's father says it only takes a few hours for him to master an electronic game and then move on to another. I can't master any of them. That's it for now, and it's...
This is the first of many competitions that he entered during his life, and has cemented itself as a likely key reinforcer to his future sense of entitlement.
Yeah, it's a future sense of entitlement. He will enter many competitions later on, and I think we'll kind of see them sort of rapid fired in one episode because they're all pretty close together on like the timeline. But this is like the first thing that kind of cements Chris as like seeing loss or competition in any sort of form be viewed as like an attack on his person. And so later on, when he enters these other things, these other sweepstakes and stuff, he'll see the other contestants as like obstacles and like, you know, just haters and trolls, because you'll see how much he gets harassed on the internet later on. It's like, it's fascinating to watch, but it's not pretty. I'll reinforce over and over again that I don't condone anything that's happened to Chris.
On December 29th, 1993, the Richmond Times-Dispatch
Fun to
published
watch,
an
though.
article about Christian's magical encounter
Can't deny
with
that.
Leonard Bernstein, entitled, "It Took a Talking Bear to Give the Name a Young Boy Loves." The boy's father recounts the events of the day. Since this was early in the Christmas season, on a Thursday afternoon, the crowd was light. The conversation between Leonard and Christopher lasted about an hour. Christopher was spellbound. Something unusual happened during that conversation. When Leonard Bernstein, in a decidedly British accent, asked Christopher his name, the bear must have misunderstood what the boy replied. Leonard started calling our son Christian. What better name for the Christmas season? And the name stuck like glue. From that time on, for the past year, his name has been Christian Weston Chandler. Christian is very emphatic about that. Bob
Period.
also offered up some insight into the family's situation. Christopher is a high-functioning autistic child. While intellectually, his age level is 12 or 13, socially, he is around age 7 or 8. He has some behavior problems with his peers and relates better with children a few years younger than him. The Greene County school system was not equipped to teach an autistic child, Mr. Chandler said. The Chesterfield County school system has accepted him with open arms. The article also mentions that Bob had originally wanted to name his son Christian, but had chickened out. It is unclear what
It was
scared
meant
him
to
off
be.
from naming his child Christian. In
It
any
was
case,
canon.
The following year, the boy had his name legally changed to Christian Weston Chandler.
That's kind of like a red flag of entitlement, no? Like, my parents, for the past, like, 5 years, have, like, jokingly called me Bonk every now and then. Everyone at college called me Bonk. Everyone at work calls me Bonk. But that doesn't mean that I want to be referred to as Bonk. And if I wanted to be referred to as Bonk, I would simply just ask them to refer to me as such, not go through the trouble of legally changing it. And that's what Christian did. I don't get why parents would be okay with that at, like, such a young age. Like, who cares? Just call him Christian and, like, not worry about it.
In the spring of '96, Barbara retired from her secretarial position at Virginia Power and
Regarding high-functioning autism, I'm pretty sure his experiences in school and with bad people in general are responsible for his setback in mental age and stuff. Absolutely. And we'll see, like, as this goes on, with how crazy Chris becomes, you honestly could stick anybody in the situations that he's been in, autistic or not, and they would probably end up, like, remotely similar.
moved in with Bob and Chris, reuniting the boy with Patty the dog. In late spring, Chris
That being said, Chris also, it's hard to pick, like, a side clearly because, you know, this is a really excellent case study of, like, the idea of don't feed the trolls. Obviously, what they're doing to Chris is wrong in the first place, but you'll see there are moments where Chris has the chance, like, the opportunity to just, like, ignore it all or shut it away and close off the borders, cut them off. But he doesn't. And he'll make other bad decisions later on. And I want everyone to form their own opinions of it. And that's why this is a great series, because it's very unbiased.
From Providence Middle School.
It's completely unbiased.
As a parting gift, Mrs. Sanford wrote a personal.
It is hard to do.
touching
Yeah,
and
once
prophetic
they
letter
get
to
your
Chris.
information, it's just like, what do you do?
Well, it's
Anyway, this is a really wholesome letter that his teacher writes him. And it's relatable. This is like the first of, like, many things that I find really relatable for me with Chris. And I think everyone kind of, like, sees a little bit of themselves in them too, don't lie. I remember in 2nd grade, I had the most bomb-ass teacher. Her name was Miss Little. She was the fucking best. She was funny. She always helped me or you know, had really interesting conversations. Every day I felt like I learned with her. She was like the Ido of teachers in elementary school. And I remember she sent me a letter like 2 summers later when I was going to middle school, because the way my school system worked was elementary school was K through 4th, and then 5th grade was when you started middle school. I know it wasn't like that for a lot of other districts, but I don't know. And then later on, like, when I graduated high school, she fucking randomly messages me on Facebook, and she's like, oh my god, I'm so proud of you, going to college, all that stuff. Like, how did you remember me? That's like, yo. But anyway, let's see what this teacher said for him, because again, this is like a rare, wholesome moment for Chris.
been 3
But it will go bad later on, and I'll be sure to point that out.
years now at Providence, and it's all over. Where has the time gone to? The most important parting words I can leave you with, well, are to always remember this. You show people where your weak points are located. Then they will know how to push your button. If you never show them, they will never know. I hope you will have an enjoyable summer and come back to visit. Do your very best at Manchester, put your best foot forward, and treat others as you wish to be treated.
I'd
Love,
cry.
Mrs. Sanford.
Very sage
The
advice.
Manchester in question happened to be Manchester High School. Where
What's up,
according
Jacko?
to
Thank you,
question,
dude.
He spent the happiest years of his life.
I dropped a cashew.
Over the course of 4 semesters, he studied Spanish, of which he has a very loose grasp. For class assignments, he adopted a Spanish name, Ricardo.
Do you guys ever have a name in your language classes? In Spanish class, in elementary school, my Spanish name was Tito. 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 And in French class, my name was Souvenir.
Common practice.
Tito MK.
For students in order to better get into character and the culture of the language.
These are really
However,
funny, by the way.
Christian got too into character and often used Ricardo in class assignments outside of Spanish.
You're going to see a lot of serious bonk and a lot of funny bonk. Appropriate at the appropriate times, I would hope.
And even considers it as part of his real name. When riding on the
Ricardo.
school bus, he used to sit right in front of the bus door, so he could always get off the fastest. However,
World record.
during his freshman year, he got into an altercation with another boy who wanted to be off the bus first. He punched Christian in the face, knocking his glasses off. In order to resolve the issue, Chris was forced to take the special ed bus to school from then on, which deeply affected him. He
Sad.
always felt very uncomfortable associating with others whom he called slow in the minds.
Should I call you guys slow in the minds? Or would you rather stay like cock slaves or Zubinis? I think that's I like slow in the minds.
I ended up with this really worse off mentally challenged person who could hardly ever speak other than
Slow in the mind go brr. That's horrible.
Laughs. The special ed teacher who rode on the bus talked with his brother about it, and he kept him from bopping me. But having to put up with his nonsensical slur talk was still just as cringy and horrifying. Ugh. Among his other activities, he served as a water boy and allegedly a manager for the school basketball team, the Manchester Lancers, along with Joseph Herring, one of Christian's only male friends.
Chad.
Chris had always gravitated towards girls.
Look at this absolute savant. Oh, hello there.
And at Manchester,
This Minecraft
this was no
king.
exception. He had a sizable group of female friends, which he dubbed gal pals.
Should I call you guys gal pals?
Among the first that he met was Molly Quarles, a cheerleader at the time whom he met as a freshman.
Gal
He
pals.
fondly remembered them being paired up during a matchup event for Valentine's Day. Laura Beth DiMarzio was another cheerleader Chris met and fell for, but after he confessed that he had a crush on her, she told him that she would like them to remain just as friends. Tiffany Gowan was said to be a real good girl to Chris, and he has described her as a bit of a tomboy and a peppermint patty to his Charlie Brown.
She's
Kelly
my
Andes
Bakugo.
was his biggest crush, and says they were high school sweethearts, even though they were never in an actual relationship together.
Kelly's an
Sarah
angel.
Bevel was in the same chemistry class along with Kelly and Chris. Sarah had a boyfriend at the time, and Chris watched them interact, hoping to experience that kind of relationship one day. It was fun to just watch them flirt with each other. I could have learned from that, but my autism and normal social phobias held me back then. Miranda Mitchell was the big brain in his circle of friends.
Big brain!
Graphics class with Christian. His group of gal pals were
Merch?
possibly not genuinely interested in a friendship with Chris, but rather stayed with him out of pity or as protection. A later comment made by Chris suggests that the group had made an arrangement with Bob and or the principal of the high school. Concerning school,
That's sad if that's
there is
true.
a wealth
I don't
of
remember hearing
information
that.
that has been attained, which helps to refute his previous claims that he held an honor roll streak all throughout high school. For one of his assignments, he had to conduct an interview with his parents, offering some more information about their life experiences. For the question, "Why did you choose to have children?" they answered, "It's nice to have kids." For "What adjustments did you have to make after your first child arrived?" they answered, "Laughter from 4 kids and 3 situations," referring
What?
to the troubled past marriages and estranged children.
Why do you have to be
Interestingly,
cryptic like
they
that?
asked
Just
about
say
what
like a
happened-
normal, like what? What was the question?
Troubled past marriages and laughter from 4 kids
Just, why couldn't you just say, just adapt, bro?
and 3 situations.
This isn't his writing. This is one of those assignments that you give to your parents, like when you have like early family life classes.
Referring to the troubled past marriages and estranged children. Interestingly, when asked about what has been the hardest part about parenting, the answer was dealing with the school system.
They can't even finish writing system. It's just cis. Cis scum. They're just so like, what's the word? Like coy? Is that the word?
In another assignment concerning families...
It's like, why? Just help. Oh wait, that's the wrong button.
Bonk! Turning mathematical equations into his definitions.
This is very funny.
Making them hard to read and understand. For example, he defined a nuclear family as a mother, father, and X is more than or equal to one child sharing the same household. He also described adoption as a right to raise a child who is biologically their own.
Why does he correct this to a 2? Maybe the teacher did that for him. Maybe like a little bit of like a curve. I don't know.
Baba Booey.
Welcome to the boat.
What's up, Beat Salad? I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that neither of his parents were on the spectrum. They just have very serious issues.
Christian took part in a parenting exercise in which he wore an empathy belly.
I should do an empathy belly stream.
Being a pregnant woman. He wrote a report describing his experience. Having a belly like a pregnant woman was really an awkward experience. When I tried to get my pencil bag out of my backpack, the belly held me back by putting pressure on my left leg. Luckily my arms were long, but if they were any shorter, I would have had a real problem to reach the pencil bag. While I was sitting in my chair, the belly made it uncomfortable for me to cross my legs, and while my legs were separated, it put pressure on my private part, which gave me a strange, weird feeling.
Baba Booey.
He wrote an essay about Japan's...
Can you guys imagine if I entered a Wi-Fi tournament and like beat fucking Aaron while wearing an empathy belly because I reached my sub milestone? The empathy belly put pressure on my private part and made it hard for me to cross my arms and do esports pose. This is very funny, by the way, this paper right here.
In World War II. It should be noted that he addressed himself as Ricardo W.
You can't see that, but he writes this Ricardo for his name.
Chandler, with Christian placed in parentheses, and wrote English in Spanish. The teacher justly corrected this. According to Chris, the war was a very tragic event, with guns, insults, and yuck. He continues. The Japanese and Americans had Deem glowering at each other like...
Is Deem even a word? Well, it's a verb. It's a verb, right? Deem. Like, I deemed you based. Yeah, you're cringe. Regard. Had Deem glowering at each other. Is glowering a word? What's a... Wait, I need to start glowering at people. Like a scowl.
No.
Welcome to the
Boxers
boat.
from opposite corners
What's
of
up,
a
Van Buren?
5,000-mile ring, waiting for the bout to begin. So, the US and Japan really wanted to get it on. He also quoted that President Woodrow Wilson tried to get Japan to withdraw from Shandong. Christian's essay ended up being a mishmash of events of both world wars. In addition, he referenced several books, however all of his findings could be found within the first 8 pages.
Anyone else vibe with that? You just like really didn't want to read like your history book? We've all done it once. One time. Yeah.
The teacher
It's
commented,
relatable.
Restate thesis.
Sad.
There is a page titled Warm Fuzzies for Christian W. Chandler, which most likely was a class activity in which the students wrote nice things to each other in order to promote acceptance. The messages left for Chris read very bland, such as, I like your clothes, is a very funny and nice person. Okay, funny.
Funny.
You are a nice person. Nice watch.
Nice watch.
You tell great jokes. And you tell fun jokes. but perhaps the most baffling piece of writing that there is on record.
Should we have warm fuzzy sessions on stream or in the server? Maybe a little chat for text channel for warm fuzzies, where we just add each other and give compliments. I think that'd be pretty good. That would be a good addition to the iceberg too. This is really good right here,
this is
though.
13 lucky writing tips, an assignment for English class, in which he switches 4 tips in to what most closely resembles Spanish. In any case, it is little more.
PG points for a warm fuzzy.
Use standard written English.
That's kind of
Do
good.
not use contractions in formal writing. You must have a thesis statement in each essay. The thesis statement es el finale estancia de introductory.
A counterpart channel? Prickly Wicklies. Ow.
Paragrafe. Tu escribes de literatura. El thesis incluye el llama de author y llama de work. Los paragraphs soporte y relate que el thesis. Los paragraphs tienes el topic estancias hablan el unifying concepto de el paragraph. Los details support y relate a el topic estancia de paragraph. Necesitas los adecuate soporte details.
Spanglish.
Escribe el literature en presente tense. Necesitas tres muchacho mirar de puente. Necesitas creas muy bien tu escribes creas sense y es muy logical. Cheques tu escribir muy carefully.
I don't know why he writes it in Spanish for an English assignment. I couldn't tell you. I have a theory on why he's so fascinated with other languages, but I think I'll get to it later.
From the school report, it can be seen
It'll come
that
up
he
again.
failed all but 2 of his 14 assignments, earning a D+ for the year.
Poggers.
At age 16, Chris wrote a poem entitled Song of Christian for his class, loosely based on Walt Whitman's Song of Myself.
You know the video Takumi posted in my Discord the other day that was like the guy who wakes up and he's like a hostage and he's like, where am I? And then it's like an anime girl, the Kobayashi dragon girl. She's like, haha, you're weird, whatever. Like, what if instead of her talking back to him, it was this video?
He decided to record his creation for posterity in video form. The video itself is poorly lit, but there isn't much to see anyway.
You should make it.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself.
Or maybe not this one. I'm thinking of
That's my
another.
experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. The youth of the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. At age 6 weeks, I sang this song of laughter. Then at 1.5 years of age, the Lord clicked the mute button on me. My song that I sing, although I talk well, my peer relationship is low and my loneliness is off the scale.
Bruh.
Anyway, that's my poem.
It kind of snowballed into just venting. Like halfway through.
Beyond just reciting the poem, he pretends to be the enthusiastic host
Still
of the
deep, though.
Christian Chandler show.
Nah, this is what you play for the hostage video.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Christian Chandler Show.
It's very unnerving.
Where there are lots of laughs and all that neat old stuff. Now here he is, the host with the most, Christian Chandler.
I remember in middle school, it was like 6th or 7th grade. We had to do sonnets. Everyone in our English class had to do a sonnet. And I wish that I could find this somewhere in like the archives, but I just can't. I remember I wrote a sonnet called Sonnet the Hedgehog. It was probably worse than what Chris wrote, in all honesty.
No.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to the Christian Chandler Show. I am your host, Christian Chandler.
He then rambles on
Where am
about his
I?
fascination with the Sonic the Hedgehog universe and talks about Bionic the Hedgehog, his first Sonic-related creation, which he came up with during basketball practice.
And then I have Sonic.
Any of you guys have a Sonic OC when you were little? I did. Let's see if I can find it. His name was Speed the Hedgehog. He was a green recolor of Shadow, and he had the the arches of hair that like Tails and Amy have. His name was Speed. I'm not kidding you. And I remember I commissioned, or not even like commissioned, it was like someone else in like the fandom, whatever, who I became friends with. And he asked me if he could like post a video of the character's sprite or whatever. And I was like, sure. I think his name was, it was this, Silver15X. This is him. This is him. This is him. Has he made a video in no, not in 10 years. Is Speed here? That's it! This was my old channel name, by the way, 6653 man. This is from 2009.
Bruh.
That's... And you, if you don't believe me, 6653 man was my old channel. I can verify that very quickly for you. If I wanted to, I could log into it right now. This is a video of me and my friend Will from the Yu-Gi-Oh story in high school in 8th grade playing Wii Party that we rented from Blockbuster. Hey everybody, it's 6653 man.
Hey everybody, it's 6653 man and ERTWS123, and we are going to try a blind run of Wii Party.
Don't watch this video. But yeah, and he was like, what song did you want to play in this? And I remember I asked him to play Brawl Corneria. Did he play it? Did it get muted? He asked what song did I want to play in it, but I remember that was the theme. Let's fucking go Catalyst. How far are we in this? I gotta take a pee break once this one's over.
Nice one that helps, of course, Tails.
Put that one in the iceberg too. Speed the fucking hedgehog.
And Bionic.
Oh wait, this is funny.
Which he came up with during basketball practice.
And then I have science one that helps, of course, Tails that flies.
It has that many views because it's like 11 years old.
Basketball practice.
And then I have science one that helps, of course, Tails that flies, Knuckles he punches and climbs, and Bionic. Well, you heard rumors about Bionic.
Oh, everybody knows about Bionic, Chris.
Who's that very good basketball player and mechanic?
Was Blanc American Ultra Gamer? You know what I'm noticing in this video? You see this like lines of static on the bottom? That's like very similar. I used to do my my recordings with like a Dazzle capture card. Look at the static on the bottom. It's like the same thing. It's like the same thing.
I'll tell you the background story on him.
He proceeds to rant about receiving.
I kind of was low key.
That's about time I sign off.
I'm Giga Gamer.
Before I go, just one thing to say to
more views than Sleepless.
Enough in English class. You have got
Sleepless 2 is really going to be uploaded to Pro Guides. That's crazy. Oh wait, I don't want you guys to miss this.
Receiving an F in English class.
He got pissed at his teacher.
That's about time I sign off. But before I go, just one thing to say to the teacher. Enough in English class. You have got to be kidding me. I mean an F. I do not even know when was the last time I got an F. I mean, who knows? It could have been back in old Green County. That stupid place. Eesh. That Green County primary. Actually, it was a nice school, but then it came to Green Elementary. That's why I got the F. Anyway, then many years go by. Then you came along and gave me an F. I mean, I started off with an A, and you just lowered it. I'm getting sick and tired of this lower thing. What do you have against the handicapped children anyway? I mean, I know my handicap is autism, and I'm not afraid to admit it. And you, Mrs. Bird, I think that F is very disrespectful. I mean, I am very emotional about it. Anyway, it's time I sign off. Well,
subscribe. Imagine you're in that classroom and they fucking play that video on like the projector to the, well, it wasn't a smart board because this is like in the 90s, but like you know, like what you just project to like the scroll canvas that you pull down. What do you call it? I don't know. Can you imagine being a classmate and just seeing that fucking transpire? That'd be unreal. Yeah, I mean, they must. I doubt that they just like submitted individual videos of them reciting the poem to the teacher. So like, That had to have been it. It must have been played, like, in the class. Like, that happened in my English class, like, every year of school, so I assume that's how it worked for everyone else, mostly.
Around the same time, he made a series of stop-motion videos of races set in his Lego-made town called Quickville, based on his own initials. They were made with a Game Boy camera, which produced grainy, low-resolution graphics.
This is only part 1.
Or, alternatively, low-quality stop-motion video.
Quickville.
The awkward frame rate makes it difficult to discern what is actually going on, but it is important to note that all the racers are named either after pop culture characters that Christian idolized, or people he knew in real life. This is the earliest account of Chris using people to play out his fantasies.
Wait!
Earliest account of Chris using people to play out his fantasies.
Did you see it? HBO Max. It's him.
This trend in kids' toys.
I was like, wait. I actually never noticed that.
In the late 1990s,
your audio only
was spreading across North America, with Chris keeping a
that
keen
sucks.
eye on it. He began playing the trading card game and included illustrations of Pokemon characters in his Spanish homework.
Look at this fat fucking
He also
Pidgeot.
wrote a lengthy essay detailing how the Pokemon came into their Pokeballs.
So, what do you guys say? I take a little pee break and we read this little story that Chris wrote on the wiki. Yeah, someone clip it for Bonsai. I'm gonna be right back. I actually am like dying right now. I know. Film it. I'll be in chat. Let me there you go. I'll be right back. Sorry. I should just run ads when I go to the bathroom. Or is that abuse? That's abuse. It's not right. So I guess I'll just answer Mercury's question real quick. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna read this real quick. We'll take a little quick detour. I don't know how much they make. I'm just assuming that it would be, like, beneficial, and you guys wouldn't care, I imagine. I found out about Christian when I was quite young. I was around, I want to say 13 or 14. Yeah, I washed my fucking hands. Shut the fuck up! I was around 14. And this was back when I was playing TF2 competitively. And my tag, I mean, as competitively as I could be at that age, you know. My tag was Diggersby, which you guys might remember from the video of me playing in TR Walkway. And one of my teammates on that team is a Smash player. His tag is Mav. He's from Pittsburgh. And he was the sniper on our team. I was the spy. The sub for the spy, because I was 14 and sucked. I don't know how to prove to you that I washed my hands, man. But yeah, one time we were just all in their mumble call, and Mav was like, "Any of you guys hear about what happened to Chris Chan?" I think it was like right when the Sonic Boom thing happened, which we'll see very, very later on. And I was like, "Who's Chris Chan?" And then he showed me... he showed me the quickie, which I very fascinatingly glowered at. And then he also showed me the original Chris Chan documentary. There's an original one. This one's about only an hour long. It's pretty good. I might show it to people to, like, get them a better gist instead of, like, having them sit down for, like, the slow-paced parts of the comprehensive history. But it is outdated at this point. And hours versus 30. Yeah, it's not a bad trade, you know. But that was how I found out about it, from my TF2 teammate, who was, I don't think he even knows that I, like, actually became, like, a smasher, even though he's, like, PR'd in Pittsburgh, literally in the same state. Kind of weird. But what do you guys say we just read that story that Chris wrote real quick?
With which his teacher was very pleased.
Because he got a good grade on it. How the Pokemon came into our Pokeballs. This is going to be our first kind of just look at the quickie. We're going to read one of Chris's stories. Why don't we just get into it? So, How the Pokemon Came Into Our Pokeballs is a short story by Chris done in his senior year of high school. In it, he attempts to establish some form of creation myth for the Pokemon universe, because again, he's very religious. Coincidentally, there is an official one now. Thank you, Gen 4. Also, the title itself is erroneous, as the story only explains how Pokemon came to be. It mentions absolutely nothing about Pokeballs. How it got a good grade is a mystery lost to time. It's kind of a low blow. He's just being, like, figurative with it. Anyway, the introduction. How the Pokemon Came Into Our Pokeballs. For my English class in late September of this year, I had to write my own myth, so I figured, why not make a myth about how Pokemon came to be? My English teacher thought it was a great story, so did my mom and a few other people. Since it was so good, I thought I'd feature it on this website. Not this website, by the way. He's had multiple websites of his own in the past. But he uploaded it to his own website originally. And yeah, this is the cover page. It's got some Pokemon Snap screenshots.
Wonderful.
But let's read it. It's not too long. 3 pages, just this much. Page 1. Some people say that the Pokemon came from the sky and a giant rock known as the Moonstone. Others say that they originated from the depths of nature's elements, but they are all not true. This is the true story. A long time ago in the heavens above, there were such powerful gods as Zeus, Maiho, and many more. I don't know who that is. But it all started with a rookie god, known as Mewtwo. Mewtwo. He had the power, no space between the and power. This is faithful to how he originally wrote it. He had the power to provide for the animals, plants, minerals, and to keep track of the 7 natural powers of the universe. Fire, grass, lightning, water, fighting, psychic, and the power of the colorless star. Which is, you know, this is referring to the types in the TCG, not the real video game. Wonderful.
You were close.
Mewtwo made sure that the animals and plants were fed from nature's good foods. I don't know if he wrote nature twice there. He made sure that nature's materials, such as rocks, dirt from the ground, and the mucky messes were used for their purpose. Whatever purpose that may be. One day, Mewtwo said to himself, is the music too loud? That's not what he said to himself. We're gonna skip that. One day, Mewtwo said to himself, there must be a way to allow the animals, small and big, to do these tough chores, so that I may be able to be a little clean. You guys are popping off for Mewtwo. Then he thought, why not give some of the natural powers to a new type of creature? So, he went down to Earth with the power to absorb the natural powers of Earth and share it. So he stood in the middle of the Pacific, surrounded by islands of 7 and water. I think that's a Fire Red and Leaf Green reference. Sevi Islands. He decided to start with making a powerful animal to assist him in his great task. Then, he found a weird creature on an island. It was mostly white, blue eyes, short arms, big feet, and a long tail with a pink psi tip? I don't know. Mewtwo had never seen such an animal, so he absorbed the power of Psychic from the stars, gave the creature a gentle rub on its back, and picked it up. And Mewtwo said to the creature, you... Wait. Do I have it? Do I have the, yeah. You, rare creature, have received the supernatural power of the psychics from the stars above us. But you will need a name for you, will be my assistant, to make a new type of elemental creatures. I shall call you Mew. And the Mew jumped for joy, then set him down with some wise words. Mew! Mewtwo said, oh wait, no, that's not Mew, that's just Mewtwo. I'm sorry, I'll go back to Mewtwo. Mew. Mewtwo said, I want you to pick some animals that are here now and share with them the psychic power. For I would not be able to, because I may only share each elemental power only one time for one creature or more. I trust that you can share this power while I handle the other 6 elemental powers. Then he set the Mew down on its island, and it went on its way. Page 2. Mewtwo decided to start with the power of grass, so he rubbed the grass of another island's ground, and he waved his hand over the trees. A Triceratops began to lose its horns, and it turned into a creature called Bulbasaur. A caterpillar lost its fuzz. It grew a little bigger, it turned green, and it got the name of Caterpie. Another caterpillar's fur only shortened. It grew a small horn. It grew a little like the Caterpie did. It turned orange, and it became a Weedle. A rattlesnake turned purple, and grew a single yellow stripe. It became an E-snake, Ekans. A rat grew small horns, turned blue, and became a Nidoran. female. And another rat grew horns, turned pink, and became a Nidoran cis male. A bat's legs turned into 2 tails, as thin as a blade of grass. Its ears grew bigger, and it became a Zubat. A tiny bush sprouted all out the ground, grew eyes, and became an Oddish. A fuzzy bush grew 2 teeth like a vampire. It became a Venonat, implying Venonat's a grass type. A bell-shaped palm shrunk. It became a fleshlight, a Bellsprout. A mud puddle grew into a Grimer. 6 eggs bounced and said, "Execute!" A puff of smoke became solid and mentioned, "Coughing!" A bunch of vines gathered around another Oddish. It was Tangela. A dragonfly grew and said, "Scytha!" The rocks got a body of armor and said, "Pinsir." I don't think Pinsir has ever canonically said his name, ever in the show. He just kind of makes like hellish noises with his fucking grotesque gullet. Then Mewtwo dipped his hand into the fiery volcano of another island, pulled it out, and waved his hand over the volcano. Many animals were below. A baby Tyrannosaurus got fire on its tail and yelled, "Charmander!" A fox's tail split into 6. Maybe it's now a Vulpix. Bars. A dog turned orange and growled, "Growlith!" A pony got burned and neighed in pain, in bloody murdering pain. A chunk of ash was revived and turned into a Smegmar. And a big bird flew out of the volcano. It was Mega Ultra Chicken Moltres. Mewtwo then dipped his hand in the ocean's waters and gave another wave over another. The playlist is like not missing right now with the Pokemon music. I didn't touch shit. And gave another wave over another island with a big lake in the middle. A baby turtle and a squirrel on an island joined together to make a Squirtle. A fat duck turned yellow with a headache. It became a Psyduck. A tadpole got bigger with a swirl on its belly. A Poliwag came to be. A jellyfish's arms shrunk into 2. It was then a tentacle. A slowpoke was formed when a baby hippopotamus grew a tail. A seal turned white and grew a horn on its head. It was Seal. It's the same fucking thing. A shell opened up and stuck out a tongue. "Hello, Shelter." A crabby came when a crab got crowned. Okay. A seahorse started to spit oil. A fish grew a horn on its head, and starfish grew a jewel. Here were Horsey, a Goldeen, and a Staryu. A crown from a treasure grew onto a hard shellfish. Here was Magikarp. A rare Loch Ness monster grew a spiked shell on its back. It became a Brapris. It was an Omanite. Or a fossil was revived. It was an Ammonite. Out of an Arctic iceberg, an Articuno broke out. Are we going through all the Pokemon? I know it fucking drags on. I know. Last page. Meanwhile, Mew shared its psychic power with a Psyduck and a Slowpoke. When Mew shared it with a rat, it fell asleep and grew into an Abra. Is Abra even a rat? I thought it was like an anteater, or that's like... No, Drowsy's like a tapir. What the fuck is Abra? When Mew came across the body of a dead lizard, it summoned its spirit and shared some ghastly secrets with it. Later, Mew met with an anteater. Mew put it to sleep, and the anteater became a Drowsy. Yeah, so it's a tapir. The only error that I care about. Mew found 2 monkeys with an evolution. One turned into a Mr. Mime, and the other became a Jinx. I think that might be racist. Later in the night, Mew gave birth, and the baby Mew looked different. The new Mew gave its mother a psychic attack and thrown it up a tree. Suddenly, the new Mew grew to the size of that of a man with many years. It was a Mewtwo, which you can learn more about in the Pro Guides video, The Competitive History of Mewtwo, the second Mew. Meanwhile, Mewtwo found a barren island with sand and rocks. He punched it, and out of the ground came the fighting and ground-type creatures. Sandshrew, Diglett, Mankey, Machop, Geodude, Onix, Cubone, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Rhyhorn, and a Kabuto. Then Mewtwo summoned a thunderstorm, and lightning struck another island. The lightning hit a little mouse, and the mouse grew into a Pikachu. Metallic minerals rose out of the ground of a small area of the island, and it formed to make a Smegmanite. A coconut was struck with a piece of the metallic material carrying some of the electric power. The coconut turned metallic. It became a Voltorb. A wild cat was struck, and it became an Electabuzz, and out of the thunderous clouds came a Thaptos. Kabuto was a rock type. It's like the same. It's the types in the TCG. And finally, Mewtwo planted a transparent star in the middle of the other island, and from the star came the colorless creatures Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Meowth, Farfetch'd, Doduo, Lickitung, Chansey, Tauros, Eevee, Porygon, and Dratini. Imagine if he wrote origins for all of these different Pokemon he fucking listed right here. Before Mewtwo bid farewell, he waved his hand over all 7 islands, and most of the creatures evolved into more powerful creatures. And then he shouted out, "May these creatures be helpful to the Earth, and may they use their abilities wisely." Then he said, with a tear of joy, "Farewell, Pokémon." And Mewtwo flew back into the heavens. The end. I don't know if Chris drew this picture of Mewtwo. It might just be a fan. It's kind of based, though. Anyway. We're still on part 1. I didn't get to read chat through any of that, so I'm sorry if that went on for too long. But anyway, we're going to get right back into the funny stuff right here with Chris's Pokemon cards.
The year 1999 marked the birth of his Wall of Originals.
The Wall of
This was
Originals.
a designated portion of the wall which displayed Pokemon trading cards that Chris made himself. It featured original Pokemon, such as a female Pikachu called Chikachu.
Known as the female Pikachu, its tail ring protects it from defensive attacks.
And Plotistic, a plant which is autistic.
Plotistic, the PSI plant Pokemon. Psyshock, flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon is paralyzed. The only Pokemon in the world with autism. It can disable its own attacks. Level 30.
Chris himself.
Dark Christian. The autistic Pokemon. Even though we established 5 seconds ago that Plotistic is supposed to be the only Pokemon with autism, but whatever. This one's great. Pokemon Power, Potter Rage. When you play Dark Christian from your hand, ask your opponent if he or she loves Harry Potter more than Pokemon. If he or she says, or feints, or hints towards yes, his or her active Pokemon becomes knocked out. That one's not that funny. Christian says, kill Harry Potter, revive Pokemon.
Also appeared
Reject
times.
Modernity.
His fascination
Embrace Quickville.
that he would dress up as the Pokemon character Ash Ketchum out in public.
There's so many more, by the way. If you go on the Quickie and look up his Pokemon cards, the Wall of Originals, there are like hundreds more.
Around mid-1999, Christian launched his first website, a simple Pokemon-themed effort humbly called Quick's Pokesite,
The first of many.
cementing the moniker Quick. It was soon replaced by Quick's Pokesite 2 with a new logo designed by Miranda. He updated it with personal and...
Look at this absolute Twitter what even he just looks based. I don't know how to like look at him. He looks like an absolute hipster.
and Pokemon-related news here, semi-regularly, for the next year and a half.
The baby's looking right
this
at
year
you.
Also marked Christian's first visit to The Game Place, a game and hobby store which allowed returning customers to play video games, board games, or trading card games.
We're Sonic
It
Heroes!
became his weekly haunt. The Pokemon craze was captured on film for Richmond's NBC affiliates WWBT News. The report featured excited young kids playing the game and trying to explain the phenomenon.
How do you play the game?
I can't explain it, it's too long.
Their bewildered parents standing witness.
I'm watching and I still have no clue.
And the 17-year-old Chris in action.
I'll put out my Dragonair.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. And now it has 3 energy on it. Slam attack.
So if you
Slam attack!
To commemorate Valentine's Day of the year 2000.
It's plotistic. Right there.
Christian wrote a Valentine's Day hymn, a free verse effort in which he
and
reveals
Gex
that he holds very
up
traditional
there.
views on courtship and the predetermined rules of etiquette for men and women. On a date, the man could not pay the bill, so his date slammed her door in his face. The man's coat over a puddle, the maiden walks. Then the man trips and pays the laundry bill. Under the moonlight, the couples of the world kiss, but unfortunately for a few, they are interrupted by their parents. He uploaded it onto his website. 10 days later, Chris celebrated his 18th birthday,
Yeah.
a date which he held in the highest regard.
Yay!
Among the guests in attendance were a handful of Christian's gal pals and his half-brother Cole. Nearly 3 years after the fact, he reminisced about the event. I will never forget my 18th birthday party. It was the best of the rest. The weekend before my real birthday, my mother and I prepared for the party I was going to host that day. We hung balloons and streamers.
They hung me. They hung me at the gallows.
At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi.
Pepperoni pizza and
great.
Pepsi.
As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with a big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stein novel from Sarah, a planer with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left...
Hell fucking yeah!
What did I wish for? I'm not telling.
We all know,
Even though he
Chris.
seemed pleased that his gal pals came to celebrate, he was never pictured together.
That's a
with them,
fucking party.
preferring to sit alone. He is also photographed wearing a pair of jeans with a suspicious stain on his crotch. Some have speculated that it is dried semen, but it is unlikely.
Have you guys ever invited someone that you have a crush on to your birthday party? I did that one time with a girl I liked in, like, elementary school. She got me a Nerf gun. It was, like, my favorite Nerf gun.
About a month later, Chris was tasked with designing a CD jewel case for his graphic design class.
I hate her now.
On the
Or I don't
day
hate her,
of
but, like, I don't care about her
17th,
now.
2000, I wanted to feature on my favorite hit CD cover, lifelong hero, Sonic the Hedgehog, and cute newer
Straight out of
character,
Quickville. Look at this
Pikachu,
fucking album
but
cover.
copyrighted characters were prohibited from the project. So, in my mind, I pondered and pondered, when it hit me visually. Sonic and Pikachu combined. In a way to escape copyright,
The
he
birth of a
combined
legend.
Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu to create Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon,
There's plotistic again.
which Christian considers to be one of his greatest life accomplishments. The CD tracklist itself consists of Pokemon.
He has, like, Pokemon, Sonic, Whitney Houston, Frank Sinatra, and random just rigmarole on this album. It's so good. We need to get,
Sonic
honestly,
and
wait, what if this was an album cover, like, in my playlist? This would be incredible.
accomplishments. The CD tracklist itself consists of Pokemon, Sonic, and Mario related music.
I'd do it.
With intermittent appearances of old-time jazz from artists such as Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby, undoubtedly an influence from his father.
That makes
Another
sense.
month later, Chris had to document a week of his life for a school project. The result was A Week with Christian W. Chandler, a self-documentary, which detailed the events of his life from April 29th to May 5th.
You got a
2000.
documentary in a
The front
documentary.
cover features a blurry photo of Chris and Patty, with a discolored, ghostly Sonic below. He writes it in the third
A
person,
ghoul.
as if followed by a documentary crew. On April 29th, he visits Books A Million to participate in the Pokemon Trading Card Game League. Afterwards, he enters a costume contest, and since he wore his regular Ash Ketchum outfit, he wins and receives a cool t-shirt as a reward. The following day, he talks about packing and moving things from their home in Richmond to their old house in Ruckersville. The next day, he goes to high school. He uses a tripod to help take pictures of himself. During class, Mr. Goss discussed the difference between Shakespeare's world and the real world of
Shakespeare.
today. Christian rested his eyes after Mr. Goss's discussion and before the bell rang. Next, he had trigonometry. I'd hate to be Christian when his nerves kicked into action after waking up from a noddy snooze cruise, but I was. Next was computer graphics. It was great for him today because he got to print his own CD cover. Next was Spanish too. He took a quiz today, but I think he feels confident in his work. And finally, after a hard odd day, he rides home on a bus, but unfortunately, it had a few slow in the minds on it. The following day, he repeats the routine of snoozing through class, and that on even days, he eats lunch with Tiffany and Sarah. For the following day, he describes his daily activities at home, which mostly consist of playing video games and managing his website. The next day,
he's a Redditor.
Working in computer graphics class and making a Mother of the Year
The
award
green
from
salad,
Barbara, which he plans to give to her on Mother's Day. For the final day's report,
yeah, this is an
Chris
assignment,
states that it was
Mercury.
a difficult Friday. One of his duties included taking part in a senior group photo. After the long wait for the pictures to be taken, being crowded like a sardine surrounded by immature teenage boys, and having the hot, hot sun shining down on him and everyone else, he went back to the shady entrance. After the photo shoot, Chris was picked up by his dad. And that concludes our week-long documentary of A Week with Christian W. Chandler, the autistic boy that has made it this far. Close parentheses.
Yeah.
Chris wouldn't pass up an opportunity to go to the senior prom, so he did, bringing his mother along as a date. Even though Christian had labeled the set of photos as the senior prom, it is possible that it was some other social gathering due to the fact that the event is held during the daytime. Looking back on the prom, he claimed that he was naive about dating, unlike the other students. Out of pity or out of genuine compassion, Tiffany asked Christian to dance. I hesitated at first, but she grabbed my hand and pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced for what felt like hours. It was the most pleasant experience of that night, and I thanked her for dancing with me then. He felt that her willingness to dance with him meant that she was attracted to him, and stated that if they were to meet again, they would start a relationship.
SMH. I've been to like bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs that were held during the day, but I guess I've never heard of prom being held in broad daylight.
Graduation. The end of high school.
This is still part one, yeah. We're about to finish.
Pals. Most importantly, it was the day Christian had to be recognized for his achievements. But unfortunately, this wasn't the case. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in my many art classes for the award ceremony.
You're what-tistic?
Graduation
I'm sorry.
Day.
I'm sorry.
I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I was so jealous. I was a high-functioning autistic boy who came way beyond out of his social shell, only to get zilch, nada, zip, a big fat zero.
No.
I was so devastated and out of sync. As a result of his heartbreak, he only went up on stage to receive his diploma without looking at anyone's face nor shaking anyone's hand. After the ceremony was over, he found himself an unoccupied table, sat by it, and cried.
He snapped.
Eventually, his mother and later Tiffany came to console him. His father would look back on this event with shame and anger.
And this is the beginning. Or not the beginning.
Christian's time at high school is still thought of fondly by him, recalling his sweet memories of creating artistic projects for class
It's Meg!
and frequently hanging out with his gal pals, all of which were abruptly ended with that gloomy, rainy graduation. But with the end of high school came the promise of a new world in college, a chance for new friends, new experiences, and the first steps to a brighter future.
It's not bad that you find him relatable at all. I've been talking about how I relate to him too. Sonic the Hedgehog, fucking there was other stuff. How many parts are there? So far, there are 44 parts, and they are not even close to being caught up with current day Chris. And they plan to. But yeah, that's part 1, guys. We're gonna watch more, don't worry. It's like only 8 here, so. But it's a lot to take in. And we're still establishing things. That's how important this is, all of this. How many more? I mean, after this one, how many? I mean, we don't know. Chris's story is still being told. It's kind of intense at this point, but you guys can research current day Chris if you want for yourselves. I'm not really gonna get into it while we're watching this, unless it like comes up. But yeah. And you have to also ask yourself, like, how many other people are out there that have stories like this? There's got to be tons, but they're just not documented. And that's a good thing. Does he turn into a serial killer? No. No. It's highly likely that Chris is schizophrenic nowadays. And again, we can talk about that later in like the Discord or something. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know Takumi. It's insane. We're gonna get into part 2 though.
What made him this way?
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated?
This is the
story
of Chris Chan.
Of Ultra Gamer. It's super fascinating. I'm not glad that any of this happened to Chris, but the fact of the matter is that it happened. And it's very interesting to watch.
In the year 2000, the Chandlers came back to their family home in Ruckersville, and in August, at the behest of his parents, Christian began attending Piedmont, Virginia Community College, where the highest level degree students could attain was an associate degree. Perhaps spellbound by illusions of grandeur, Chris chose to study marketing, but Bob quickly transferred him to a computer-aided drafting and design degree.
Gotta catch 'em all.
In the hopes that it would be a better fit for his challenged son and his future. According to the PVCC handbook of the time, this was a 2-year degree, worth 15 credits. In addition, he took English classes and even a tennis class. Apart from study, he continued to develop his Pokemon.
Charmander's choice. Charmander believes in a 2-state solution. Do you stand by Charmander?
Website, and added more cards to his wall of originals, creating cards representing, among others, his beloved Sonichu.
Oh shit.
Chris Chan.
Oh shit.
Chris Chan.
Chris Chan. I hit the wrong button on my mouse. Hold on.
Among others.
After being supported? Or I don't know. After being something by the second 7 Chaos Emeralds, a Pikachu evolved into a Sonichu.
His beloved Sonichu. In October, he launched Quick's Sonichu site, a website devoted to his original character. Over the course of the year, the Sonichu family grew.
Goo!
He created Soni, Sonichu's pre-evolutionary form, and dedicated
Exposed?
to him.
That might be it.
He also gave Sonichu a female companion, Rosechu, based on Amy Rose from the Sonic franchise. After high school,
he doesn't hate Raichu. Rosechu actually is a Raichu that got turned into that species. And we'll see that in the comic when we actually take a look at it.
Pals was lost, apart from Kelly. He claimed to have called her every weekend for about a year. For Christmas of that year, Christian made her a CD entitled Songs for
Another album cover for the playlist?
Kelly as his gift. He incorporated a mini Sonichu into the artwork. Winter of 2000 is also significant, for that was when Chris created his Sonichu medallion, made of Crayola model magic and acrylic paints. Late 2000,
The Millennium
I
Guy.
bought some Crayola model magic clay, and I molded and crafted the first original Sonichu medallion that I wore around my neck, with a makeshift chain, which I later replaced with a better necklace I bought from Pacific Sunwear at my mall. He would rarely be seen without it. The following year, he continued to develop the lore around Sonichu, which included creating an offspring for Rosechu called Rosie, and designing an Archie Comics cover for Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Sonichu. For his mother's 60th birthday, he made her a cake with Sonichu on it.
I'd pop off.
In July, he filmed the City of Quickville tour using the stop-motion feature on his Game Boy camera. The town in question was his yet unfinished Quickville made of Lego. He still hadn't settled on a naming system yet, so he spells it in two different ways. First with an I,
Quickville.
then with an I and a K.
Quickville.
The tour is led by a Lego incarnation of Christian, and he shows two landmarks of the town, the water tower and go-kart pass, before the video abruptly ends, possibly due to the Game Boy camera only having the capacity to hold 30 frames at a time.
Sad.
In August, Christian got a job at Wendy's. He was mostly in charge of cleaning trays, tables, and carpet tile flooring, keeping the place neat and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. He alleges that he never quite saw eye to eye with his supervisor, who disagreed with Chris's way of operating. According to one supposed event, he got his uniform dirty, and despite it being likely that he could have swapped with a clean spare at the establishment, he proceeded to continue to work with his sullied attire, and even attempted to wash it in the bathroom sink.
Can a smasher relate?
According to Christian, a female coworker gave him a hard time, pelting him with criticisms and insults, perhaps mistaking her constructive criticisms
Look at that
for
Gundam.
attacks against his person. He also
Gundam.
admitted he took breaks frequently, neglecting other duties. Chris was fired from Wendy's in September or October 2001 for a number of possible reasons. One of the most popular motives for his dismissal was that he performed a Donald Duck impression to a child at the restaurant, bringing him to tears. In other accounts, he said that he was fired after he drew an unflattering caricature of a female coworker. His termination was a combination of these events. It was also around this time that Chris ended his weekly calls to Kelly. He gave conflicting reasons for this. He first stated that he suffered from noviophobia,
Oh
a
my
term
God.
he coined, which he defines as a fear of speaking to a woman who may already be in a relationship, which convinced him that his calls were in vain. Initially, Chris stated that he was told by his mother that Kelly most likely already had a boyfriend, so he might as well quit his attempts. But later, he changed his story, saying that he came to that realization all by himself. In other retellings,
Very
he
Reddit
said that he
moment.
simply forgot to call her one weekend, and after he broke the routine, he didn't want to continue.
That's all it took.
On February 24th, 2003, Christian spent a tearful 21st birthday. For some reason, he was kicked out
He's
of English
hogging.
class by his male and possibly gay professor. Like many historical accounts of his life, he keeps changing the story. First, he said that the class was reading the book Wednesday's Child, which featured an autistic girl. He recounted that he told the professor that he was autistic as well, which resulted in a misunderstanding and Chris being forced to leave the class. Alternatively, he admitted to causing a disruption in class, writing in a report, exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church, which prompted his dismissal from the classroom. This
I don't know about
injection
that
further
one,
increased
Chris.
his hate for men and gay men in general, and further convinced him of launching a pursuit to find true love. In order to meet whom he called a boyfriend-free girl, he launched his love quest. However,
Same.
finding that one special person in his life wasn't going to be easy. Christian didn't feel like he had the confidence to approach women on his own volition, due to the infinitely high boyfriend factor. This
It's
term
real.
refers to the very high probability that any girl to whom he spoke already had a boyfriend, making it close to impossible to find his coveted boyfriend-free girl. By extension,
Objection!
every man who already had a girlfriend was thought of by Chris with seething loathing. With the infinitely high boyfriend factor, I'm not fond of about 99.99999999996% of the total male population,
Six.
with a margin of error of the 4 billionth of a percent for about 100 men, of whom are okay acquaintances. Those
Acquaintances.
dupes get all the luck, having a sweetheart to care for and to be cared from, getting all the hugs, kisses, and emotional support and the security of a solid future without loneliness and with love and children. And besides that, my autism is not much help on the programming of my mind. Sigh. Oh, my life. To combat his reluctance to approach prospective females, he devised a way in which women would approach him instead. The attraction sign.
Yeah.
Christian created what he called an attraction sign.
That's the
which was
tech.
much like a personals ad, but in public. 21 and single white male. Shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous, a great thinker and go-getter.
Can we get the attraction sign
enjoys good parts of life.
in the
Diplomatic,
Sexter pack,
friendly,
junkie?
Loves his family, peaceful, very creative. He's lonely. Seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion, 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend. Single, average to slender weight, body type, white, lives in Charlottesville, Charlottesville area, does not smoke or drink alcohol, happy, positive personality, average high income, drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with
Fuck
girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff. Have a nice day. He would hang the sign up at the PVCC lobby and would stand or sit beside it in the hopes of attracting potential mates. Based on the attraction sign and later comments, it is clear that instead of finding the love of his life, his quest for a sweetheart was more of a quest to lose his virginity.
He's not like an incel though, because he doesn't hate women. He's not black-pilled. That's different.
Just a couple of months into his love quest,
He's a
Christian
simp.
was met with an obstacle. Mary Lee Walsh, the Dean of Student Affairs, tore down his attraction sign and allegedly even tore it up in front of him. According to Chris, she yelled at him in a violent manner and said that his way of doing things would not get him a girlfriend. It is likely
She's
that
like
Walsh may
Chia.
have, in fact, taken down his sign and told him that it was inappropriate, as his methods were akin to soliciting sex on campus. In any case,
ruining
he was
the
deeply
fun.
disheartened by this event. It literally
It's the
shattered my
picture.
heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. In response to this attack, Christian made another sign, which was quickly removed in a similar fashion. This was to be the beginning of Christian's make-believe conflict with Mary Lee Walsh that will haunt him for most of his adult life. As an act of catharsis, Christian wrote a poem called Saddest Heart in the World, in which he refers to Walsh in the most unkind of light. Lonesome and sad, the mastermind is very bad. In efforts of getting a boyfriend-free gal, that female dog took my only idea for a fall. Heartbroken,
Doesn't
sad,
rhyme,
and very
Chris.
lonely. I may never remove my virginity. On April 10th, Chris wrote a short story called Sonichu and Rosechu, The Genesis of the Love Hogs. It establishes the origins of Sonichu and Rosechu, and also incorporates elements from the Sonic
That's
the
not an
Hedgehog
incel.
lore,
That's
such as the
by
cats and
definition
dogs.
that is not an
In
incel.
addition,
It's
the story
different.
features a lovely Pokemon trainer. Her name was Kel, short for Kelly. He published it on his Sonichu site.
You guys like the sicko mode
Christian
sound?
found work as a salesperson for Cutco, a cutlery retailer. It is unknown whether he actually managed to sell any knives. Later testimonies proved that he was still in possession of unpurchased stock,
The
holding
fuck,
onto
Chris?
some items more than a decade after he was employed.
Quicko
His
mode,
tenure
I
ended
think you
in
mean.
August, when his boss left the Charlottesville area.
It's Quicko mode.
In August, the newly formed band, Christian and the Hedgehog Boys, released their debut album. The band, which was led by Christian and also featured Sonic, Sonichu, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Black Sonichu, in fact only existed in Christian's
Why
head.
is his hand like that?
The album entirely consisted of Christian singing melody-free vocals with original lyrics over existing songs being played in the background.
Yummy Sonic.
The songs covered a range of topics, such as his search for love in So Need a Cute Girl.
This is another amazing album cover
based
for the
on I Want It
playlist.
That Way by the Backstreet Boys.
We need this in the playlist. And in the Sexter pack.
In AUTISM, sung over the Backstreet Boys' Larger Than Life. And and his Spanish skills in the recreated adaptation La Cocina en la Casa de Casanova.
Estamos divertidos y bailamos con la música.
So, we were talking about earlier in part 1 his fascination with Spanish and shit. This is my theory of why he insists on inserting the language into like all these like little weird outlets and places. And I could be wrong, but this like seems like it makes sense, at least in my head. You guys ever like hear like an anime opening and it like is a fucking banger, but you can't like sing it? You can just like hum it because you don't know the words. It's like that type of feeling, but like it's a good ass song. I think that Chris teaches, or he, no one agrees with that? Are you kidding me? Fuck off. I feel that. As someone who, like, doesn't watch anime, but, like, loves hearing the openings and shit. Just learn Japanese. Yes, so he obviously wasn't gonna take initiative and do that himself, so what's the next best thing that he does? He learns Spanish through school, because it's required when you're, like, a little kid. And, like, he treats knowing this new language as, like, some sort of, like, exotic thing that he values in the same way. Like, the allure and the mystery behind it is, like, the same as, like, you know, enjoying anime and stuff. So when he sings, like, a song in Spanish, he doesn't think that he's, like, singing something from, like, that culture. He's, like, treating it like it's an anime opening. Like, you know what I kind of mean there? Maybe, like, that's at least how, like, I process it. And again, like, I don't fucking care about anime, but, like, that's, like, the logic that I kind of developed for it. It makes more sense in my head, and I don't know how to articulate it, yeah. But, like, do you kind of feel that? He's like, yeah. You know? I guess comparing it specifically to, like, being a weeb isn't, like, exactly on the nose. It's more so just the fascination with, like, another culture. So, like, it could be the same deal as, like, a Westaboo or something. Just being that fascination with, like, feeling the need to not be a xenophobe, I guess, and, like, try to... I can't fucking... You know what I'm trying to say.
Later that year, Chris wrote another poem, Sonichu's
Shut up!
Rosechu, an attempt at depicting the romantic ties binding Sonichu and Rosechu. Oh Rosechu, you are as beautiful as a rose, though a zap bud is
exactly,
the flower that
Mercury.
heals your woes.
Exactly.
He once again reinstates his idealized views on relationships between men and women. If I evolve into your knight, I will protect you with my lance. Speed makes no difference.
Very base chat.
Though you are slower than I. You dance in the field with such grace and style. Sigh. The poem closes with possibly the first utterance of a variant of Christian's commonly used term, sweetheart. Rosie.
Heart sweet.
As often as birds tweet, will you be my lovely heart sweet?
Oh.
In October of 2003, Christian reunited with his childhood friend, Sarah, for her birthday. For the special occasion, he made her a present. A hand-drawn comic book detailing the complete history of their life together, entitled Chris plus Sarah's Life Shares.
Hey, Sarah!
It is from this work of literature
you're my best
that the
friend!
majority of their interactions
you know
with each
that?
other has come to be known, including Sarah's supposed childhood bullying.
Even though you
which
did
then
this traumatizing shit to me.
Completely neglects. Like most of his creative attempts, it is self-centered, bragging about his accomplishments concerning Sonichu. He also talks about her personal life, including her relationship with her boyfriend.
Wait a minute.
He also
I've never
talks
actually
about
bothered to read this.
Personal
She grew up into the spitting image of Britney Spears.
Life, including her relationship
She
with
started jobs at a place or two. This guy is evil because he's Yami and has a little... Oh wait, oh, this is a reference to Wes Isley. You're gonna hear about that in 5 seconds.
As of sometime before July 2000, Sarah has been living with her boyfriend, Wes Isley,
yep.
a magician who does parties.
That's why Yami Sonichu has the hat and rabbit.
A special note from Christian to Sarah. I hope that we can hang together sometime, but for now and forever, we will always be good friends. To return the sentiment, Sarah decided to spend Christmas with the Chandlers, which delighted Chris.
Sonabonk.
Nintendo.
When I modded Smash 4, I changed the opening cinematic so that it was just Chris doing this shit, and then it went to the menu. And it was so perfect. I think people that remember the Smash 4 streams might recall that. The
On
OGs.
November 22nd, 2003.
This is, by the way, like the first ever Let's Play ever recorded, by the way. So, respect your elders.
Christian filmed a documentary of his activities in the game Animal Crossing on the Nintendo GameCube, which he then sent to Nintendo for
I need that
consideration.
as a sound effect, yeah.
Chris narrates this hour-long tour of two of his self-made towns, Quickville and Quick City. Since the documentary features a video game player narrating his activities while playing a game, this possibly makes Chris the first ever Let's Player in the modern understanding of the word.
Hello, Nintendo. Welcome to my
He sends this to Nintendo Power. I was talking over that.
My name is Christian Weston Chandler. I live in Ruckersville, Virginia. And I is 21 years old.
Yeah, I
And I
is.
play because I'm young at heart. So anyway, we're going to take a
Now I'm
tour
eating high chews.
of my city.
Like everything he produces, it includes Sonichu.
So anyway, stepping out is my character, Sonichu. He's wearing the clothes with the character on it. Like I said, you might remember his face. There's his actual face. You remember the rest of his body, you see the whole picture.
Chris performs a spontaneous rendition.
Wait! Junkie. This is a great 1x1 picture. You feel me?
You remember the rest of his body, you
Yes,
see the whole
Mercury.
picture.
Chris performs a spontaneous rendition of Yellow is a Mellow Color off the Sonic and the Hedgehog Boys album.
Yellow is a mellow color. Yes, it is a mellow color. Sonichu zaps the lightning. Mellow color.
Aye!
Yeah.
He also treats the audience with a performance of So Need a Cute Girl.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage.
He's
Tell
just
me
pressing the
why
button to
I
the
so need
syllables.
a cute girl my age. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say
I have a boyfriend.
And that was inspired by a real thing.
Let me see those bonk
The
jams.
in-game diary that he keeps.
As for a monthly journal entry here in November. Yeah, I tried to get a girlfriend because I don't have a girlfriend.
That was inspired by a real thing.
But I have made up a poem. Let you guys read it. Alright. Scroll down a little bit as we go along. It's a very good poem.
That's the same
because I am an
poem about
artist
Mary
as
Lee
well as a
Walsh that he
poet.
put on his website,
I
by
make
the
a
way.
rhyme every time.
He proceeds to give a tour of his bedroom.
This is my bedroom. It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Because I like to make things fun since you know I'm young at heart.
As he
like-
unwittingly
it's like
transfers
me.
his hoarding habits into a virtual environment, his bedroom in Animal Crossing closely replicates his real-life counterpart.
It's literally
Chris
his
goes
real-life
outside
room.
and comes across several characters who all seem to run back indoors at the very sight of him.
Around here, I want to show you my favorite character that I kind of got to know it from the start. Oops.
Oh god, it's him! Run!
There's Aunt Cootie.
No!
There's Elmer.
Oh my god, no!
He then travels to his house on
Bye-bye.
Quickville Island to reveal that he mostly uses the property for extra storage.
I use mine as storage for the extra items I don't have room for at home.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, I got a bunch.
He
I never
researches
played
the
Animal
royalty
Crossing.
for Nintendo and decries their competitors.
My sister did.
Which you should make. The Sonic Heroes should be Nintendo GameCube.
Do they actually run away from you if they don't like you?
PlayStation 2.
Do they
Mine
know?
is the same as yours. They both stink.
It's
Yeah,
funny,
I do
this
not
opinion
even
of his
own them. I don't
changes
even want them.
later on with
That
the
goes double for
consoles.
the
They actually do that?
PlayStation
That's
as well.
insane. That's
Actually, I know
horrible.
my game systems. I had my GameCube for about almost a year and a half now. Got on May 31st.
Do they still do that in New Horizons though? Because this is like, this is an old game, so like back then it was different.
2002. I got your SNES, Nintendo 64, NES. I got the Genesis 301 with the original Genesis.
That's relatable as shit,
32X
Takumi. I was gonna get New Horizons, but then I broke up with
Plus,
Alicia, and then I was
and
just
the
like,
Sega
well, I
Saturn.
have no
So I got most
motivation to
of
play
all
this
of them.
game at all
I've been
anymore.
a Sonic fan forever. That's
At
why
all.
I'm glad that Sonic came to Nintendo.
He mentions that he likes to keep
It was
his
removed in
surroundings
Wild
clean
World.
by
Okay.
picking weeds.
I don't think they
Oh,
should have done
look
that.
at this. There's a weed. I pick weeds. Keeps my town clean, as well as Quick Sea.
He also likes to keep active.
Drugs!
Another weed. Why you know about that? usually like to run. It keeps me going faster.
He introduces the viewers to his character, Crystal.
Another one by one. Junkie. There you go.
Anyway, this is Crystal. She's wearing the rose chew look. There's a zap button on the door. I got Sonichu's rose chew's mug right here.
Near the end, Chris proclaims that he is high-functioning autistic.
And to answer the all-important question, what is the
Another
meaning
HFA.
of HFA with the two red eyes?
This is
I will
perfect.
tell you. Got that? That means high functionally autism because
He's
that's who I
funky.
am. I'm functionally autistic.
He's very funky. He is high in funk.
I may have autism, but since I'm high functional, I can do a lot of things. I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this documentary I'm doing right now.
Another documentary in a documentary.
For the submission of Nintendo Power, this has been a documentary narrated by Christian Weston Chandler. Thank you very much.
Christian Weston Chandler.
We will consider this for publication. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Nintendo.
Christian started 2004 with a New Year's resolution to find a girlfriend. On January 3rd, he drew a Sonichu comic strip, which also featured Rose Chew and Black Sonichu. This was the first time he included his characters in an illustrated storytelling setting. On the 6th, he went to get an eye exam. The optometrist in question happened to be Dr. David Chandler, Chris's brother from Bob's first marriage, who informed him for the first time that he had an 8-year-old niece named Savannah. On January 18th, he wrote
Keep your mind open, Chris.
a poem concerning his difficulties in finding a boyfriend-free girl.
Why is that an important detail? I don't get why they had to say that.
Age, as he is still stuck as a virgin with rage. He searched low and high to the end. The only delay is the fear of being already beaten by a boyfriend. On January 31st, Christian wrote in his diary, "Well, it's the end of another month, and I still don't have a girlfriend.
Rats.
Maybe my latest idea, the Sonichu's News Dash newsletter, will make the ladies take notice of me." The newsletter in question was an outlet for Christian's creative
It was a really sus detail. It never comes up ever again. I don't know why it was brought up.
Featured a couple of skits starring Sonichu, the poem Saddest Heart in the World, and a personal ad for himself, which was not unlike his attraction sign. Christian is a very shy and very thoughtful person and will only accept person-to-person encounters. When getting his attention, approach and say hi to him. Do not flirt from a distance. He will not be able to notice. To find Christian, he'll be wearing the Sonichu medallion.
To find Bonk MK, he'll be wearing the Millennium Guy. Can't miss
He
it.
distributed printed copies of the newsletter around PVCC campus as an alternative to his attraction sign. This must have caught the attention of Mary Lee Walsh, who issued a cease and desist order. In an email dated February 1st,
Issued a cease and
Chris
desist
tried to
order
settle
because
out of
Bonk
court.
kept watching HBO
Mary,
Max
I've slept on it,
furry and
I've
porn on
realized that
Twitch.
note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect. Walsh replied, and insisted that they meet the following week. On February 9th,
Chia,
Christian recounted the
I've
events
slept
of
on
that
it.
meeting. Mary Lee Walsh
And
made it illegal to
if you
distribute
allow
the
Jut
news
to
dash.
repost the ship post of me talking about the top 5 foreskins in Smash Brothers, I'll consider you knocking you up 2 spots on the Pro Guide's official Smash tier list.
A girlfriend can be restored. I have
Take it
also
or leave
declared
it.
war on them as well. It was allegedly during this meeting where he performed his Curse Yehameha attack, which consisted of Chris mimicking the hand motion of an attack move from the anime series Dragon Ball Z and cursing people into experiencing bad. However, it is not certain whether he was inspired by the original occurrence of the Kamehameha or its parody featured in another anime, Excel Saga, to which Chris has definitely been exposed. In March, Chris claimed that the kerfuffle concerning Walsh got his parents upset too. That XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh got on my and my parents' nerves. All I'd been doing was trying to get a girlfriend. Is that too much to ask? I am very devastated due to my shattered heart that XXXXX caused unto me. My life sucks. Completely disregarding her demands, he published issue 3 of Sonichu's News Dash, with most of the content themes remaining unaltered. However, his requirements for a boyfriend-free girl were tweaked a little bit. He was now looking for 18 to 22-year-olds, since he had just turned 22 himself. In May of 2004, Nintendo Power magazine published an article highlighting Christian's Animal Crossing video, referring to Chris only as Sonichu.
It's canon!
Simply amazing. There's no other way to describe what we've received from Sonichu of Quickville, a full video documentary that walked us through his daily life. His opulent manor contained every manner of furniture.
Hello. Can I just remind you? Let me reiterate. Let me emphasize. There exists a Nintendo Power issue with the word Quickville printed in it.
That walked us through his daily life. His opulent manor contained every manner of
Welcome
furniture.
to my manor,
His
manor.
landscape was filled to the bursting point with all the animals who'd moved to his well-tended town.
I
And
don't know what
Sonichu has
issue it
customized
is.
everything about his town. Even many villagers have followed
But I
his
bet you
bold
can
trends,
figure it out
wearing the patterns
on the
he
quickie.
has created. This apparently got the attention of PVC.
Was it that one? Star Fox Adventures? Yo, this is kind of like Tuss. He got put in the school paper.
Which featured Christian and Sonichu in an exclusive report. PVCC student Christian Chandler has dedicated many hours to his
He's the
pastime.
best Meta Knight player
He's the
in
creator of
Indiana.
Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon. Like Sonic, Sonichu can run at high speeds. During Supersonic's battle against the perfect Chaos Monster, Sonic Adventure DX for GameCube,
I like how
Supersonic was
he's just
spat
playing
out
the
by
song
monster
from I
and
Hate
collided
Everything.
with a bystanding Pikachu, Chandler explained. According to the story, the power from the Chaos Emeralds transformed Pikachu into Sonichu. Chandler and the world he created for Sonichu were featured in the May 2004 issue of Nintendo Power. The place is called Quickville. The Quick prefix are his initials, Christian Weston Chandler. Nintendo Power was
Tussachu.
apparently impressed with Chandler's work. During all this rigmarole, he continued to publish his news dash, but he updated his personal contact information to include a link to his Match.com profile, which he created to aid in his love quest. It was also around this time profile.
Imagine one of your photos on your dating profile just being like your insert.
Which he created to aid in his love quest. It was also around this time that he opened a MySpace account. I enjoy drawing.
It's me in my
listening to
purest
music,
form.
Playing video games and TCG. I also like anime, Legos, and I love my parents. I also enjoy web design. He proceeds to list all the gaming consoles in his possession, finishing with the Pokemon catchphrase, "Gotta catch 'em all." Interestingly,
You know what? That's another relatable thing. I have another memory. When I was probably like 10 or something, whenever the Wii came out, I was at the public pool in my old neighborhood. And the lifeguard, I remember, I guess she was like a gamer girl or something. And 10-year-old me knew that it was time to, you know, schmoove. And I remember one day she asked me, we were talking about video games or whatever, and she was just trying to be like nice, and she was like, "So what video game systems do you have?" And I was like, "Well, I have a Nintendo Wii, but technically, because you can download old games on it, it's technically an NES, and a Super NES, and Sega Genesis, an N64, and it can also play GameCube games on it." And I just like listed everything like Chris just did right there. You guys ever like physically feel when you're being annoying?
he listed his occupation as student/cartoonist. He explores his most desperate desires in his blurb. I am a bit shy, but
All
I
the
would enjoy
time.
the company of a beautiful girl who likes some of the things I do. I also like to have fun when I can, and I don't really like to be alone. I graduated from high school on the honor roll, and I'm doing very well at PVCC. A lot of men make false promises to their girlfriends, but I am totally different. When it comes to what I can offer, I can seriously promise care, respect, empathy, and love.
He's definitely got empathy after wearing that belly.
And I would do my best to give it to them. In May 2004, he attended the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention for the first time, where he met notable voice actress Monica Rial.
What if there was a picture of Chris and Lady Luck at a con together? What if that existed?
She also sings opera very nicely, and she is a very nice, fun, and sweet person to hang around with. She sure made my day a sweet one.
Right?
In Sonichu's News Dash, issue 5, he introduces 3 new Sonichu characters. Christian
Photoshop that.
Sonichu, based on himself, Wesley Sonichu, his quote-unquote rival, who's based on Sarah Hammer's boyfriend, Wes Isley, and Sarah Hammer Rose Chu.
I think Chris is
obviously
38
named
right
after
now,
Sarah herself.
Takumi.
In June, to celebrate the 24-year wedding anniversary of his parents, Chris made them a present, a dramatic retelling of the family's life via Animal Crossing. Through this videographic endeavor, he delves deep into the family's history.
Hi, Mom and Dad. How are you doing?
Chris is trans now,
A little
yes.
present for y'all. A little documentary for y'all. Here in Animal Crossing, for Nintendo GameCube. About how y'all were and how you are now and so forth. So, take a trip back in time with me, won't you?
There are probably kids out there that do this nowadays, but in Minecraft. And it's just not documented. Like, think about that.
As we explore how each of you were. Of course, first we'll travel back in time to the time of good old Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. He was a hip youngster back in his day. Let's take a look inside his chateau and see what describes him as him. He collects records. And he's got lots
It's pretty accurate. It makes me think of Bob.
He likes Palmer record case. Yeah.
Chris reveals that Bob has Cherokee ancestry.
He was born in Cherokee in Texas. Actually, he was like 1/16 Cherokee. But that's why we have
Ultra
the
combo.
Perfect.
This Chinese lion here. That's he's been to Korea for World War II, I believe it was. And he got Conduct Medal of Honor, which that's what this is right here.
He performs the same type of tour for Barbara.
But she went to school, and she worked hard. And see these shirt here, that's her school colors, blue and white, because back in high school, she was a cheerleader. Bum bum, sis boom ba, yay yay, la la la.
You want to brab?
Hell yeah, she likes the old stuff as well, so she's got a little tea set here. And we got a kitchen, fridge, and a stove.
Rum bum sis boom ba, yay yay yay, la la la.
Keep food in this little pantry. And she keeps her brooms and mops in the old closet here. Although somebody brought up the mop, somebody wanted to clean up. You put your garbage in the garbage can. And this is the sad part. In some places now, in very few houses nowadays, it's what happened in the old days. The bathroom was in the same room as the kitchen. But luckily, we always...
Guys, here's Bonk's Pro Guide tip of the day. Never shit where you eat.
remember to wash your hands with soap and water. Yeah. Anyway, that's just in the days of old. Nowadays, she does have a private bath. Yeah.
Chris explains how his parents first met.
They met over at May's pub, see. Yeah. Mom was just sitting down with her friend. She was watching Bobby sing up here. And well, she really liked his singing, so as father put it, she went up to him and then as he passed by, changed the thermostat. Yeah. Anyway, she chased him down the hallway.
Yeah.
And cornered him.
Whoa.
And then
the Huntress.
After that, they just talked things out, and got to know each other, found common things. Bob, do you take this woman to be your lovely wed wife, to love and hold and cherish and to honor?
We can find better one-by-ones for these
And do you, Barbara, take this
than
man
these.
to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and cherish and to honor forever? I do. I now pronounce you man and wife, you may kiss the bride. Whoopee!
After reenacting their wedding, Christian introduces himself into the picture.
But anyway, when
He always has to make it about him.
then they come along with their baby carriage, and that's where I came in. Born in February 1982 was me.
He gives himself a tour of his own room.
So anyway, this is my bedroom.
And
I
then
can
he
only
turns to
imagine
Bob's
Bob
room.
and Barb falling asleep. Right here is where they fall asleep.
We're gonna play a little number on the jukebox here. But since we don't have side by side on record,
Do you guys notice how his Animal Crossing outfit is like the same pattern as it is on the polo?
we're gonna play Sitting Under the Apple Tree.
He just stands there. I think he spins around a little bit,
The
yeah.
1942 song "Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree" play in full.
He plays the entire song. And his parents are just sitting there.
And there you have it, nice little blast from the past.
I know this is really sweet of him and creative,
My mom and dad does something special
but damn.
with this, video. This is my way of
Chris, your
saying
parents are
happy
trying to get it on.
to y'all. Coming up next.
The video cuts to
Look at this siren head ass motherfucker.
a drawing made
It's very creepy, but it's also very charming because it's Mario
with
Paint.
Mario Paint, which says, "To Mom and Dad, happy anniversary. Thank you both for my birth.
Thank you
Love,
for my
Christian
birth,
C."
master. What SCP number is Sonichu? I don't know, but he's
In
Euclid.
July, Chris
He's
began
190.
going to the
He's
Charlottesville
SCP
Fashion
190.
Square, attraction sign in hand, to seek out fellow mates. Evidently, his current practice did not yield promising results, as in a diary entry dated August 1st, he announced, "Well, it's another month.
probably been taken,
Still
but
no
he's 190.
girlfriend. But I have a new idea that I am sure will reel in a girlfriend on a fateful red string." The
Like
idea
one of
concerning
these.
red string consisted of Christian tying a red string to a paper heart on which "Pick me up and bring me to my owner" was written. The significance of using a red string was most likely a reference to its appearance in the anime Excel Saga, and is a well-known symbol in many Asian cultures.
Of course there's a
Christian
furry
would throw
virus
the heart
SCP.
at prospective partners and hope that they would pick up the heart and follow the red string leading back to him. It cannot be determined how successful this strategy could have been, because just 4 days after he employed the red string of fate, a mall security guard, which Chris referred to as a jerk-op, put an end to it. In August, Chris shifted focus
Look at these homemade holographic cards.
away from Pokemon and centered his attention on Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yo!
Themed card game. He began making his own custom cards.
Sonichu, a speedy electric hedgehog Pokemon. He transformed from a Pikachu after exposure to the 7 Chaos Emeralds.
And attended his first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament.
Virgin with Rage. For each male monster on the field, because that's a mechanic now, increase Virgin with Rage's attack by 500 points. For each female monster on the field, increase Virgin with Rage's defense by 500 points.
At the game place, where he met Megan Schroeder.
The first of many sweethearts. God bless her.
Over the months of getting to know Megan, I grew fond of her. Although at that time, and up to now, she wasn't interested in a lovely relationship. I've bided to her wishes and requests. I am truly fond of her. Since he and Megan had Yu-Gi-Oh!
Rosachu. If Sonichu is face up on your side of the field, increase attack of Sonichu and Rosechu by 500. That's literally just Dark Magician Girl.
As a common interest, Christian only intensified his obsession with
Jerk up. This copper fiend wants to shatter the virgin's heart by destroying his tools for attracting a boyfriend-free woman. Just like how Slaw Wheel Ram did. We'll find out more about Slaw Wheel Ram later.
the game, creating more and more custom Yu-Gi-Oh!
She looks
cards
uncomfortable. It's a
with one
very
depicting
iconic
Crystal,
photo, and
Christian's
she is
make-believe female twin.
as
He also
uncomfortable as
designed a
you
girlfriend's
assume she
gift
is.
card, on which the illustrated girlfriend looks suspiciously
That's
like
why
a
it's in the
sister.
pack.
On September 4th,
I'll summon Dark Magician and declare a direct attack. Told you I'm the master.
Christian reflected on his love quest so far. While I was at the mall for the 8th week today, I realized something. Since I have been using a sign to state my being single and lonesome towards an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free woman, I, in the event, was trying to sell myself like a new car. 2 days later, Chris's love quest was interrupted by a jerk cop. I told that jerk cop off when I pulled some of my fun cards and told my lonesome virgin story, intimidated him, and shouted no into his face. In short,
No.
Today was my Independence Day, but I am still alone. On September 11th, his search for love took a turn for the worst. I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was trying to sell myself when I got arrested for
Why would he phrase it like that? Sell myself.
I fortunately did not go to jail, but I have been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. Chris's run of misfortune climaxed when only 5 days later, the school board of PVCC suspended him for 1 year. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to US President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all curse to death upon that XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh. In conjunction with his suspension, he was required to take anger management classes, get a psychological evaluation, and receive social skills counseling. 10 days after the event, he lamented over his inability to go to PVCC or the mall, and confessed that he would be asking for a girlfriend this Christmas. Despite his bans from the college and the fashion square, he decided to continue with his search for a boyfriend-free girl, but relocated to the University of Virginia's campus to do so. However, this move wasn't for long, as Christian was allowed back to the fashion square in November. Regardless, he went back to UVA for a different kind of engagement, in the form of a mandatory psychiatric evaluation.
He got banned for that, yeah.
There are more of such documented examinations in existence, but this is the only one so far which has been made public. Mr. Chandler says that since finishing high school and starting at PVCC in the year 2000, he has had an increasing interest in a female companion. His attempts at this ultimately led to his suspension from college. His attempt took the form of a sign, which he placed next to himself while sitting in the lobby at Piedmont. This sign was a list of qualifications that a potential girlfriend would have. He said that he has been very frustrated by his inability to find a girlfriend, and he suffers from noviophobia. This refers to his frustration that females often tell him that they already have a boyfriend. While he does have physical attraction towards females, his primary frustration is with his lack of companionship. The report mentions his medical record and earlier evaluations. He has already undergone psychological evaluation by Robin Hawks at the Center of Learning Potential. The recommendation concerning Mr. Chandler's emotional status is that he seek psychiatric and psychological treatment. The psychologist felt that counseling and medication
it gets so much
would
worse,
possibly
Mage.
address his obsessive thought pattern and assist him with social skills. She also recommended anger management training. The analysis also comments on Christian's appearance and demeanor in the session.
It gets so much
The patient
worse.
is a mildly overweight white male, wearing blue jeans and a shirt. He was also wearing a makeshift necklace that has a large plastic medallion in the shape of a Pokemon character's head.
Pokemon.
He also had a
Wonderful!
number of shrinky
You were close!
attached to this necklace. He had a large backpack that he carried with him, and had a notebook containing a large number of drawings. His speech was somewhat nasal, with frequent awkward laughing during his sentences. His speech was fluent. His responses were appropriate to the questions posed to him. Overall, the volume of his speech was slightly elevated, although his tone was generally pleasant and almost jovial. His thought processes were linear and logical. He was somewhat concrete, especially regarding social interactions. He seemed to have a good insight into his limitations. The attending physician offers up his final verdict. Folstein's score was 30 out of 30, with his sentence being, "Uncle Spunky is a really funky monkey." Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays and autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. He is left, however, with a severe degree of social awkwardness, and seems to have good insight into this. He's left feeling somewhat frustrated as he has a strong desire for companionship, although his social limitations prevent him from being able to realize this in the way which he would like. The patient doesn't seem to pose a significant threat to himself or anyone else. After the evaluation, Chris carried on with life
What is that
much
look?
like before, with neither him nor his parents making any significant effort to change his ways.
Look at that
But
butt
Christmas
buckle.
was soon approaching, and maybe Santa would bring him a girlfriend like he wished, who could right all his wrongs and change his life for the better.
What do you guys say we do 2 more? You want to do 2 or 1 more? What are we feeling? 2? Let's do 2.
What made him
1
this
more.
way?
Okay. I want people
What is the attraction?
to keep up as much as they can, and I know that it's a school night, so we'll do 1 more. We'll just only 1.
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Alright, you know what? We'll do 2 more. We'll do 2 more, but your homework, anyone that isn't here, is to watch part 4. Okay? That's your Sunday school homework. This is the only online class you should care about.
Hello. My name is Christian Chandler, age 22 at this time. I will be 23 on February 24th,
Or watch the VOD.
2005. Anyway, for over a year now, I've been trying to attract an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free girl, 18 to 21, before February 24th, 2004, which is this year. Anywho, been trying for over a year to attract a girl, boyfriend-free girl, and I have failed. And,
That's an
you
F.
know,
F for Faraga.
We've had so many failures at this time. You can't help but feel sad, you know, and depressed. And yet here it is about Christmas time, and well, all I want for Christmas is a boyfriend-free girl.
Chris prepares for Christmas 2004 by singing 2 of his songs for the camera. He performs So Need a Cute Girl,
Tell me why I so need a
Cute girl my age.
followed
Tell me
by All I
why.
Want for Christmas is a Pretty Girlfriend.
All
I want for Chris. Come on.
Oh, she has to be 18 to 22. Well, at this time of year,
Okay.
all I can say right now is that I hope Santa will comply with my request and bring me a pretty girlfriend. And so, happy holidays from me, Christian Chandler. By the way, you can call me Chris in public. And thank you.
You can call him Chris.
Christian whipped his camera out for Christmas Day too, and documented the state of the house at that time.
'Twas Christmas Day, and all through the house, the creatures that were stirring were my family and me and our 2 cats. And we wander upon our...
I told you guys the first 3 parts are kind of hard to sit through. And I know you're not saying that because you're bored. It's more so just because it's like... just sad. But trust me, you want to see when it gets crazy.
This tree, with a star that was made so delicately. Delicately?
The star on top of the tree is in fact Sonichu. Chris reveals that his dreams were dashed that day.
And a Christmas present that was supposed to be for the girlfriend that Santa brought. But unfortunately, she didn't show.
Chris introduces his audience to his parents.
And now we wander in on my family. Say hello, Father.
He doesn't even say hi. He's like, yeah.
I see you're wasting versus chip.
Well, I'm gonna play on to VHS anyway.
Alright.
A smaller Christmas tree down here.
What if he said, hello, Father? And then Bob said, hello, my children. What if he did that?
Here.
Be pretty based.
And our mothers sleep here in a dark area. Would you care to share a Merry Christmas with the world, Father?
Why is he
puts a
being a
spotlight on the
fucking
extent of the hoarding
Scrooge?
situation in the house, as Chris visibly has trouble navigating through
Also,
the
yeah,
Care to say something to the entire
peep the
world?
house in the horde.
Yep.
After the tour, Chris documents the gift exchange, revealing the interpersonal dynamic.
This one's hard to watch. This part right here. This is like, why is his family being like so grinchy?
Of the family.
Okay, yeah, it's recording. So, here we are around the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Right.
Chris presents Bob with a card.
I did.
Supposed to read it?
Yes, read it.
Read the card,
Read
Bob.
it out loud?
Yeah. Read
see.
Yes!
I want to thank you all for your support and love throughout my fantastic
Can I move my cam?
love quest. Truly. And if Santa doesn't bring me one,
It's just
no
Bob.
Chris, no Tommy.
But yeah, he decided to censor saying girlfriend.
I'm going to need some support finding a boyfriend free. It'll come, Christian. Hope you all
It'll come, Christian.
like my present.
Okay.
Don't say it like that, Matt.
Thinking of Christmas and remembering you all. Merry Christmas, Christian C.
Christian gives Bob the option of receiving the Puppet TV show Fraggle Rock on DVD
It's
or
not
on
over,
VHS.
by the way.
After Christian discreetly implies that he wants to keep the DVD for himself, Bob caves in and chooses to take the VHS.
Yes.
So you want the VHS?
Yeah.
There you go.
They could have just got him a hooker. That happens later.
The other.
Spoiler.
What do we have on both? I gave
Yep,
him-
Matt. What
I
Matt
gave him
said.
a choice, remember? You remember the original white DVD? It's Fraggle Rock, Father. That's what's on there.
I see.
Everything that's on the DVD is on that VHS.
VHS works better than my system.
I told you he gets
Chris
crazy.
presents Barbara with a Lego set.
Snowboarding stuff.
He gives her a plush doll of the Japanese character Hamtaro.
I got you Hamtaro.
He's a little hamster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Hamtaro. He's a little hamster. He's a little bitty hamster.
The family discuss the possibility of a surprise visit from Sarah.
Oh, that's my present for Sarah. Because, you know, she might come over. Well, she did last year, remember?
Chris attempts at an embrace with his mother, but ends up hurting her instead.
Here, oops, I'm sorry. Don't work my head.
Same. I love my family more too as a result. Oh yeah, so
Chris gives Barb another present. A snow globe with him in it.
Snow globe.
he's trying to like hug his mom and like she's like hurt by it somehow.
With me in it.
And there's a little snow globe that he gives her with like Christian in it. Dude, what if I had like a snow globe and like put Guy in it? Or Arno. Arno or Guy, like one of, it'd be pretty good. It'd be a fun little Christmas project.
Got Sonichu in it. Look, see, you know, one side Sonichu.
The Guy
the other.
globe.
That's cool. A guy over at Walmart, the snow globe.
That'd be great merch. Little Guy snow globe.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Yep. Merry Christmas. Now we can go back down.
It's the jar.
Snappy New Year.
Yeah. Snappy New Year, huh?
Not only counts.
Yep.
After the gift unwrapping, Christian went back to his room to record a video recapping the events.
Well, now that since our family Christmas.
Somebody put snow globe of Guy or Arno, whatever. Put it in stream suggestions.
It's 2004. I think it's a nice gift, but
I mean it. I'm
does
serious.
not compare to having a boyfriend-free girl that can make it to a girlfriend. But unfortunately, I was hoping for her to come, but she didn't. My lifelong friend, Sarah Hammer. You know, she had not been paired up with that jerk Wes Isley. I could have it, but seriously though, I wish she was here so that I could talk to her and so she can help me in my quest to get a boyfriend-free 18-22-year-old girl. 1823 as of February 24th, 2005. Well, anyway, that pretty much sums up my Christmas season for this year, so
As they say in showbiz. Goodbye, folks.
As he entered 2005, Christian continued his tried and true tradition of pacing around the mall, hoping to attract a boyfriend-free girl. His activities quickly caught the eye of Anna McLaren, an employee of
I was
Pike &
6.
Son at Charlottesville Fashion Square, who described her encounter with him in a blog post titled, "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer." There was a guy who paced in front of Abercrombie & Fitch. He'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay-looking guy, not evil-looking like creepy molester dude. So he would pace for his allotted time.
Take another look.
Sometimes, as he paced, he would sing or shout.
I'm a 99
Nobody
baby.
really could ever tell what he was saying.
I'm a 90s kid.
Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt. A nice little long-sleeved
Right?
red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side, and white collar and cuffs. Then, one day, he decided to start pacing on the PacSun side, so he started pacing in front of our store. We were doing floor set, and Lin noticed that
Oh,
Crazy
he's
Pacer
very
kept
creepy,
looking into
and you'll
PacSun as he
see
paced.
later.
And this
Not
day,
tonight, but
he was
later.
acting particularly crazy. He'd pace and pace, then stop and shout something at the wall, then keep pacing. And he also did some singing, even getting into the vibrato falsetto junks. It was hilarious. So anyways, someone,
It's hard to
can't
pick a
remember
side.
who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. So they waved, and Christian waved back. After some waving back and forth, Christian took the initiative and entered the store. He came right up to the counter that I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and he goes, "You look to be about 19 years old, right?"
No.
He then proceeded to introduce himself. "My name is Christian," he said, "but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler." "Oh," I said. "Hi, Chris." "So," he continued, "do angels have names?" I found out later that he meant to say, "Do angels like you have names?" Poor guy was so nervous.
You were close.
Anna
You
introduces
fucked it up.
herself. Then Chris talks about eyes. "My eyes are two different colors. One of them is green and the other is blue. That's because I had pink eye a while back and one of them stayed that way. What color are your eyes?" I was pretty grossed out by the pink eye story, but I told him anyway. "Sometimes blue, sometimes green, and usually gray." "Oh, that's neat. It's funny how that happens, isn't it?" "Yeah," I said. He attempts
Yeah.
to ask her out, but Anna declines. He eventually settles on the internet as a forum for future communication between them. Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. "That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay?" "Okay," I said, not intending to email him at all. Little did either of them know, but this was the start of a friendship. But for the time being, Chris's contact with Anna was sparse. In February, Cartoon Network's
Here we
Adult
go.
Swim block held a contest which asked viewers to make their own commercial advertising the release of the cartoon series Harvey Birdman.
Another
Attorney at Law,
contest.
Volume 1 DVD set. Christian sent in his own unique take, in which he mentions his ongoing feud with Mary Lee Walsh.
Hello, I hired Harvey Birdman.
Birdman.
Law to help me, Christian Weston Chandler, in my case against Bernie Walsh, who years ago shared my heart. And he has won the case for me, and you have won for me. A Harvey Birdman 2-disc DVD box set, which comes out April 12, 2005.
He finishes with a brief promotion of his custom cards depicting himself and Sonichu.
This is a Christian Chandler Sonichu production.
Regrettably,
Why would the spoils from winning a trial against the dean of your community college be Harvey Birdman DVDs?
the winning entry did not feature Chris.
Why?
In response, he vented his frustration
funny.
by losing on the Adult Swim message board.
It's just like, how did you think
My
of that?
entry was very dramatic and a lot better than that piece of poo or any of the others that made the top 5 as well. I'm very upset about that. My Quick's Harvey Birdman spot was the best.
Bird, you guys, wait. You guys can't see it, but he said Harvey Birdman.
You were close.
And I feel sorry for you, Adult Swim, for not noticing that. You all should take another good look at
Birdman.
it and seriously reconsider. In March, Christian published
Reminds me of
Sonichu
Betaman. Do you
issue
guys remember
0,
Betaman?
his
It was like a
first
shitty
full-length comic.
Pokemon ripoff.
The issue is further divided into episodes, much like a television show.
This
with
is
a
the
different
beginning of the
story in
legend.
Each one. Episode 1 begins in an open field, 5 miles from the
5
city
miles.
of Station Square, in which a wild Pikachu observes fighting in the distance.
Look at The chins.
Between Supersonic and the perfect Chaos Monster. Pikachu gets caught in the scuffle and collides with Sonic, the impact releasing a rainbow which lands on a girl Raichu 15 miles away, who then transforms into a hedgehog-like creature and calls herself Rosechu. Meanwhile, the Pikachu somehow inherited Supersonic's powers in changed form and joins Sonic in the battle, defeating the perfect Chaos Monster. He christens himself Sonichu. Christian himself interjects here and there. He draws himself having one blue and one green eye, as he had told Anna. His eyes are in fact different colors, but the difference is nowhere near as profound as in his illustrations. He then proceeds to introduce Quickville, and reveals that he is also the mayor of said town. He then goes on to introduce all of the main characters of the story, including Mary Lee Walsh. He saves himself for last, and devotes a full page to talk about Christian.
And then there's me!
The next episode concerns Sonichu and Rosechu meeting and quickly falling in love, sharing a kiss underneath a spray of fireworks.
Hold up.
In episode 3, Sonichu confesses that he has a dislike for pickles, as does Christian in real life.
I hate pickle bonk. I actually love pickles. Remember, someone asked me in the Minecraft stream what's my favorite food, and I said it's probably like a good, crunchy, half-sour Jewish deli pickle. And the documentary is supposed to be neutral, great.
This is followed
completely
by the
unbiased
of the evil foe, Natesurk, whose name is simply Christian, backwards. After the battle is won, Mayor Chandler drives off in his car, carrying the Virginia vanity plate, Sonichu,
which is his
identical
real
to the one on his real-life car.
It's canon.
It should be noted that Sonichu refers to Chris as his father, even though his creation has nothing to do with Christian.
I love pickles.
The comic ends with a sub-episode starring Chris in a
but
story
I don't
based
want to
on
be
his
one.
run-in with the mall police. However, in this version, he clutches his medallion, says Electric Hedgehog Power, and transforms into Chris Chan Sonichu, who largely looks like a blue-colored Sonichu, making him look like the original Sonic the Hedgehog. Meanwhile, the Jerkop equips metal armor. Needless to say, Chris defeats him by cursing him into experiencing horrendous bad luck by using his Curse Ye Hami. Towards the end of March, Hannah, who worked at Starbucks in the
I
fashion
really
square,
thought about not
approached
doing it, but it
Christian
worked
during
well
his
with him
daily
screaming
pacing
there.
And asked him out on a date. After she left, I became very excited and oh my god all over.
I'm sorry for
After
Rugged.
calling mom and eating me nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end. And I so elated that my shattered heart had a full, fast recovery.
He did it!
I went to Starbucks, and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card, and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave her a double-take flirt.
What is a
That was the
double-take
rise.
flirt?
Now here comes the fall.
Wait. Is that a thing? I have caps lock on. I know what a double take is, but is that like a... Is that what this is? Did he go like... Are we naming tech? Yeah, like did he condor dive her?
As I was
In the
sitting
butt?
at my spot, thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me that when to talk to Hannah, she told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big no. His outburst of negation resulted in Chris getting banned from the mall again.
Or,
The second
alternatively,
sub-episode to this misadventure. Not long after, he completed his second Sonichu comic, Sonichu Issue 1. Pokemon's Giovanni teamed
I'm sorry, look at Eggman. Look at him.
up with Sonic villain Dr. Robotnik to create their own
It's bonk cringe. It's bonk cringe.
Sonichu in order to defeat the real thing. Unfortunately, a blunder causes Sonichu's DNA sample to get corrupted with cherry cola, producing an imperfect replica of our hero.
It's Takumi!
called Black Sonichu, also known as Blotchu. Blotchu captures Rosechu, so Sonichu and Sonic team up to rescue her. After combating Blotchu and the new Metal Sonichu,
He emerges.
they eventually save Rosechu. The style of the comic became more text-heavy, with some conversations so convoluted that Chris numbered the lines in the order that they should be read.
They're fucking numbered.
The following month, Chris's review for Sprung, a dating simulation game for Nintendo DS,
Sprung
was
stream?
published in Nintendo Power. I originally bought the game because
that
I needed some
Eggman is
lessons on what
amazing.
to say to or do for a girl. To make a long story short, I developed a fear that all the pretty girls.
Wait,
are already
is this in another Nintendo Power? Did it say that?
A dating simulation game for Nintendo DS was published in Nintendo Power.
Oh my god!
I originally bought the game because I needed some lessons on what to say to or do for a girl. To make a long story short, I developed a fear that all the pretty girls are already paired up with a boyfriend. I've dubbed this social phobia noiophobia.
The word it's misspelled, so
you were close.
It's they put the fear of boyfriends in a Nintendo. They put that in the.
After the Spanish word for boyfriend. Anyway, before Sprung, I was afraid to approach most women. FYI, I am 22 years old. I tried to silently attract a boyfriend-free girl.
They didn't
mostly
even
with
get it.
science, for over 1 year and 4 months. Then Sprung provided me with general things to say and do, so I felt more confident. When I tried my newfound expressions from the dating simulator, I forgot my fear of the infinitely high boyfriend factor, and I met a couple of lady friends with whom I feel more comfortable. So thank you Nintendo and Ubisoft for the dating advice that this frustrated virgin needed.
Get boyfriend-free girls anywhere you go!
Hold up.
Christian C. On April 13th, a University of Virginia student wrote a blog post that included her observations of Christian, whom she renamed Sonichu.
This is
hanging
deep.
around the Alderman Library.
This is so deep.
Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I'm not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws his Sonichu comics. Harmless, I ask me. Yet I feel like he...
Oh. I think that's supposed to be assume? I'm gonna ask me that that's what she meant to say.
knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own, surrounded by the brightest students in America, whatever that means. He sits in his chair and draws. 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school.
That's all you get.
Text of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist's swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm not sure. But there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in. As he slumps lower and lower in his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all.
I have never heard something so just on the nose. Because that's what it is. Listen to that again.
Enough to understand markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all.
He understands that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all.
You were close.
Hold up.
In early May,
It's
Chris
really
released
deep.
Sonichu issue 2. This marks a turning point in the comic as the story begins to focus on Christian.
I had to. They paid. I know I ruined it. I was waiting for him to say it first before, because I knew it was coming up, but it was the channel points. It's my job, dude.
Rather than Sonichu. Episode 7 concerns the Antuant Prophecy. When Sonic explains the mysterious prophecy to Christian, Chris reaffirms that he is the creator and father of Sonichu. They enter the Destiny Cave and unknowingly release an ancient evil power.
This is so
Chris
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Also meets an ancient leader of the Cherokee
Me and Takumi
clan, who reveals that Chris is his reincarnation. He is told that he has to unleash ancient powers to defeat the evil by using his Sonichu medallion to transform into Chris Chan's Sonichu. The story ends in a cliffhanger, with Sarah Hammer and Wes Isley getting possessed by mysterious forces. Between episodes 7 and 8,
This is so good.
Chris inserts an advertisement for Axe body spray. in which, ignorant of the societal norms of hygiene, unknowingly confesses that he believes that bathing makes people smell exceptionally nice, to the point that people would compliment you, and that using Axe body spray is just as effective as bathing. Episode 8.
Let's go back. So remember when I was talking about my theory for why he appreciates Spanish so much, because it's like a weeb energy type of thing? Let's think about that again. He's looking at Cherokee as like his heritage, because it's Bob's heritage. Bob has like Cherokee blood in him or something. He's comparing it to like ancient Egyptians and Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, he's like taking this fascination with another culture and like projecting it. I used to do the same thing. Dude, when I was little and they were teaching us about Exodus and the Jews being enslaved in Egypt, I was like, this is some Yu-Gi-Oh shit. In my mind, when I thought about the 10 plagues, I was like, nah, they dueled. It was a shadow game. But y'all ain't ready for that.
Hold up. Continues with Wes meeting his past self, who is a member of the Wasabi clan, and turns into Wesley Sonichu.
Is that making a little bit more sense?
Sarah also sees a vision.
Also, I don't want to gloss over the fact that he thinks that Axe is like actually used to attract females. And again, that will come up again later, and it's really funny.
Meets the queen of the Cherokee clan and transforms into Sarama Rosechu. Meanwhile, Chris Chan Sonichu accidentally transforms back into his human self, leaving him vulnerable to attack from Wesley Sonichu, who turns himself into a ball and goes for a flying attack, prompting this exchange from the protagonists. What the? Sonichu, run! You don't have to tell me twice, but during the Stone Age...
I don't think we've ever gotten an explanation from Chris about like what this is supposed to mean. It's like, it's just very weird. Oh yeah, by the way, this is what I'm talking about. So, do you guys remember in the Minecraft stream when I got an achievement for getting stone tools? This was in the first Shitty World with Liam, by the way. I got the Stone Age achievement for making a stone pickaxe, and I said, there's a Chris Chan reference that I can make right now, but you guys don't know it. This is the reference. There you go. It's
Chris
Lord.
figures out that his attacker is Wes Isley, and confesses how jealous he is of him for being with Sarah, who's eavesdropping nearby.
There you go.
Wesley reveals that he only wants to steal
it wouldn't
the
make sense, though.
crown.
I knew that it wouldn't make sense because the joke didn't make sense. So it was just like, nah, we're not touching that. But now
Chris
we're
changes
ready.
into Chris Chan and fights Wesley Sonichu.
We
who
can do it
eventually
now.
knocks Chris out and steals the crown, which inexplicably just came into being. Before Wesley can finish him off,
It wasn't a
Sarah
long wait, it was like a
intervenes
week.
and fires a lightning bolt arrow at Wesley, pinning him to an unsacred tree. In the final episode, Sarah breaks up with Wes, who cries out no while shrugging. At Quickville, which is a vibrant community with happy people, cool chicks, business, and a frustrated male, is under attack from a giant stone golem, which is under the control of Mary Lee Walsh.
It's the egg
and
golem.
mysterious talking orb. So Chris Chan, Sarama, and Wesley fly over there to fight them. The orb reveals itself as the ancient evil and announces that he is Count Graduan, who is a personification symbolizing the pain and sadness of Christian graduating from high school. The three heroes
Graduan,
beat them up for a little
graduate.
while, but Walsh and Graduan escape, vowing to fight another day. In the epilogue, Chris...
It's interesting that Chris would personify that into a villain. Don't you think? Because usually, if you're like a man-child and like you're young at heart and like, usually, I would think that someone in Chris's shoes there would do anything in their power to like hide that they embody a villain and base them off of that. You know? It's interesting that he's just like open about that. He doesn't want to grow up.
Christian and Sarah chat
It's
on the
relatable.
couch, and unfortunately for Chris, she reveals that she has found
Can't
herself
really deny
another
that.
boyfriend named William, and thanks Chris for being a great friend. Christian dedicates
That's a good
named William, and
good
thanks
little
Chris for
little
being
shot
a
here.
great friend. Christian
Oh!
dedicates an entire page to Sarah Hammer, his lifelong friend, and offers some highlights of their time together. Currently, I don't get to see He as much as I did, because she found herself a boyfriend while I was in Richmond. But I often wonder how she is, and if she is happy with him. I share my troubles with her in my illustrations, letters, and over the phone. I always appreciate the little moments I have with her. The final page is a call to action for all Sonichu fans, in which Chris expresses his wish to have Sonichu produced into a bona fide franchise by Nintendo America.
There's something about like these two you know, drawings of them. These have come up like a few times. Like this is the one on like Chris's dating profile. I think this is the one that the Sonichu that Chris used in like his letter to Sarah. These are like his Smash renders. It's interesting.
The comic concludes with
random sound effect,
3, which is a dramatic reimagining of Chris's conflict with Mary Lee Walsh, who is the head of the private villa of corrupted citizens, the base of operations for the villains in the Sonichu universe, the name of which is derived from the acronym of Piedmont Virginia Community College. With Sonichu issue 2, Christian comes closer to blurring the line between real life and his comic book world, creating his own reality.
You know what's interesting? Never thought about this. You see how there's a hat and the rabbit next to Wes Isley? And we were looking at his letter to Sarah, and there was that really early drawing of Black Sonichu, of Yami Sonichu, and he was holding the hat and the rabbit. What if originally Wes's Sonichu Sona was planned to be Yami Sonichu instead of this new original one? It's kind of like how they repurposed that old design of Meta Knight into like Morpho Knight, you feel me? Will that old design just show up if I Google it? Nah. You guys know what I'm talking about though. It's kind of like that.
This comic book world.
I never thought of
His
that.
own reality. In Sonichu's News Dash issue 9, Chris announced that he will attend the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention in Richmond, Virginia on all 3 days. Since he has put himself into Sonichu's world.
You know how close that is? Lady Luck lived in Virginia before she moved here. What if they went to that con on the same day? They both would have been, you know, in that neck of the woods.
He will cosplay as himself. Talk about self-respect, huh? Also, he will be watching some of the good anime, getting some souvenirs, participating in some of the events, and just having a good time. Also, he will have some printed copies of Sonichu Premiere Issue 0.
What if she went and got
if you want a collectible copy,
the
you
comic
will have
book?
To find him and ask for one. He stayed 2 nights alone in a hotel room, and during the convention, he handed out copies of Sonichu Issue 0 to unsuspecting attendees. On June 22nd, Christian recounted the events of the past 2 days. I had my setup at the McDonald's at Walmart, and apparently complaints were made.
I don't have a copy of Sonichu 0. I wish I did.
2 manajerks, or manager jerks.
I would have showed you guys if I did.
And a black, fat jerk. He looked a lot like the leader of the jerk cops at the mall, whom I refer to now as the Jerk Keef, approached me and took me for a fall with my trying to find a boyfriend-free girl, like I have been doing for the past over 1 year and 10 months. We argued and disputed until the 2 of them left to call the police. While they were gone, I had taken off the sign from my Nintendo DS and hidden it on the back cover of my diary. When the jerk cops came, they were all like, "What seems to be the problem?" And the Married Saynor comic was like, "Where's the sign?" And I was, "What sign?" And another argument was had between the 4 of us, in which I never gave any of those jerks eye contact, because none of them deserved it. So, I got kicked out from the McDonald's, not the Walmart, for the rest of the day. Now for what happened today. I was starting to set up my things, and the B manager was getting in my face. I feel that he really hates me. And he was like, "Don't set up your stuff. Don't push me." I was not going to use the Nintendo DS sign today anyway, but he did not want my pixel block sculptures at all. I stood up against that manager.
Why would he want those, Chris? He's trying to remove you from the premises. He doesn't want a souvenir.
I continued to build, and I dictated my situation into his face with a song and dance.
What did he start singing at him? Sonita Cute Girl?
He went up to the Walmart manager, and he was like, "Hey,
he is
let's
racist."
Talk." But I sat silent for a minute. Then I said to him, "I do not speak to any man other than myself. because they all have taken all the pretty girls, leaving me with none. Verbal combat had started, and during the fight, I ran off, still giving verbal punishment, as well as the finger, and many cursier-hamehas.
The
I
finger.
really backed up onto him with my car, and I gave him another finger. Then I dashed off. Now, I feel sad, because I've nowhere else to go to attract a boyfriend-free girl. And I feel very furious with those managerks and all men other than myself and my father.
Da Vinci?
Chris began believing that there was a conspiracy involving all the men in his town. They all are against me in finding a girlfriend of my own, but I will not give up on my long and Tados love quest. I'll find a new attraction spot, somewhere in Charlottesville, Virginia. There has to be at least one 18 to 23-year-old boyfriend-free, caring, smoke-free, non-alcoholic, white girl out there somewhere. Chris dramatized this entire ordeal
He's
in
racist.
sub-episodes 4 and 5.
Mac
His
Attack.
adaptation also featured the manifestation of his dream sibling, Crystal, his twin sister. A mere month later, he caused more trouble, but this time at Target, where he sat waiting to encounter a boyfriend-free girl for hours, taking gross advantage of the free refills at his disposal. I was at the new Target store, just hanging around, not bothering anyone. And, from out of the blue, these two managers asked me to leave because they said I was loitering. I was not. I was there hoping to find an 18 to 23-year-old boyfriend-free girl, like I usually do. Then, from out of the blue, after I told them off, they came back with two jerk-cops. I was slightly intimidated, but mostly annoyed and ready to strike back on them. They asked me to leave and never return.
It's not racist to be only attracted to white girls. That's perfectly acceptable, in my opinion at least. But to emphasize it like that is another thing.
I did not want to leave. I would have left peacefully. In fact, I was ready to go. But I had a prepared speech to say to them stupid jerk-cops. And, during the middle of my speech, they chased me, pulled my pants, and pinned me to the floor. 5 jerk-cops dogpiled on me as I struggled to get free. 1,000 pounds of sausages on my 180-pound body was seriously a cutoff for my breathing flow.
Chris, phrasing.
They handcuffed my wrists and legs, and they hog-tied me. Not only did I feel humiliated from being the victim, but I was angry at them, not only for handcuffing me, but once again thwarting my efforts in trying to find a boyfriend-free girl. They drove me to the county jail, but fortunately, they did not keep me there. I was released to my family. Chris was charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct. It was terrible, but my mother and I are going to get back at them in court. In fact, I learned that the jerk cop who arrested me was called Baggett. That was...
You don't just say it.
In fact, I learned that the jerk cop who arrested me was called Baggett. That was the only thing about the situation that was hilarious. Replace the B with an F, and you can see how funny it was.
Baba Booey.
However,
Got
after
his
attending
ass.
2 court hearings, the charges were dropped. This event was recreated in Sonichu sub-episodes 7 and 8.
Sonichu
Chris's reality,
in
he
Off
endured
Target.
much greater torment, and came out victorious in the end. Less than a week later, Chris had another run-in with the law. This time, a minor fender bender when he rear-ended the car in front of him. He was fined $30 and also paid $56 in court costs. In August, Christian returned to PBCC after the end of his 1-year suspension. It was around this time that Anna announced that she was moving.
I've definitely seen this card before. Have you guys seen that card before? I've seen that card before.
To Utah. Her announcement also somewhat coincided with her 20th birthday, so Christian and her friends organized a birthday/farewell party for her, with Chris claiming that he picked out and bought the cake himself.
Why is he looking at you like that?
With Chris claiming that he picked out and bought the...
And also, why is he so... he's so greasy.
...cake himself.
Fuck!
Throughout August and September, Chris engaged in back-and-forth conversations via MySpace with 2 female students, Jelena and Lindsay.
Chris
But despite
Chad.
all his efforts
He's
to
like,
meet
this
with
is
them,
mine.
It ultimately came to nothing.
This is my property.
In September, Chris finished Sonichu Issue 4, which was merely a compilation of sub-episodes 1 through 8. He claimed that his mother didn't want him making any more stories concerning his own life, so he obeyed and stopped making sub-episodes. In October, a user on a Sega forum began a discussion thread about Sonichu, in which members discussed the comic and Christian's personal antics. This was the earliest documented online discussion concerning Christian, but the original Sega forum hosting site has since been shut down and there is no known archive of the discussion chain. In November, Shoujo Beat, a manga anthology magazine, published Chris's letter which vaguely concerned the manga Absolute Boyfriend.
The third time he has been in a magazine.
Riko Izawa in Absolute Boyfriend sort of has the same problem I do. She can't get a guy, and I can't get a girl. Here's my sitch. All the pretty girls are already paired up with some jerk, leaving me with none to choose from.
She's a femcell.
Nobody can tell, off the bat.
Both of them are black-pilled.
A boyfriend-free girl. At first, it's equally hard for Riko to find a girlfriend-free boy. But then she's granted this wish, where she gets a girlfriend-free boy, although he is a robot, delivered to her doorstep. Lucky girl.
I mean, he probably gets such a big spotlight because, like, not that many people probably, you know, enter these sweepstakes / write to these magazines. Like, do you know anyone that's actually done that?
I'm 23 years old. One would think I
don't have much to work with
by now, but no, I haven't. I'm stuck in the situation where if my parents should pass away, I will be a very lonely virgin.
That's
Some months
foreshadowing.
later, a fellow reader sent in a reply to Chris. Why is he only looking for pretty girls? There are plenty of girls who are not supermodel gorgeous whom he could date. It's not the outside of the package that counts, but the inside. A girl can be pretty on the outside, but might be mean or self-centered or have other problems. Whereas another girl could be plain or even ugly on the outside, but quite a beautiful, kind, intelligent person on the inside. If more guys would think about...
You know, now that I think of it, it's not really that insightful foreshadowing saying that his parents, well, one of them dies, but that's not for a very long time.
What qualities they look for in a girl, and make sure those qualities
People
don't
die,
just focus
if you
on
didn't
her
know.
outer appearance. They might just find a girl to go out with.
That's your
Otherwise,
bonus pro guides
many
tip.
girls will think, why bother? He'll just leave me for the next pretty girl he sees. Megan agreed with her sentiment.
Yeah, man.
Chris's advances towards Megan intensified, as is documented in their emails. She declined giving out her phone number, and later in the same email, also declined his invitation to go out to a restaurant. In an email from December, she stated that she did not appreciate Christian trying to kiss her, and admitted that she's not interested in a relationship, but insisted they can remain as friends. She also confessed to accidentally discovering that he bought Megan a Nintendo DS, even though she had recently just gotten one herself. Through Megan, Chris was introduced to My Little Pony and Sailor Moon, with Megan providing him with some of her own fan art.
She's pretty good.
He also began making his own custom My Little Pony figures, including one that he made using his own hair. As an adult male fanatic of My Little Pony, he preceded the so-called brony culture, which would only begin to blossom around 5 years later. Megan also requested him to bid on a collection of World War II photos on eBay, of which Chris was the winning bidder. In 2006, Christian's online spending habits intensified, with Chris purchasing My Little Pony and Sailor Moon figures, pornography, and sex toys, among other things.
The original brony.
In February of 2006, Christian finished drawing Sonichu issue 3, which took 7 months to complete. The comic
his own
begins
hair
with the origin stories of each member of the chaotic combo, whose eggs were created in and ejected from the rainbow as seen in episode 1. The green egg lands in the jungle. The electric hedgehog Pokemon that came out of it grows up to become Wild Sonichu. The blue egg lands in the ocean and is rescued by the Pokemon Swampert, which takes it to the beach just in time for it to hatch and become Bubbles Rosechu. The white egg lands in front of a church, and out of it hatches Angelica Rosechu, who is raised by nuns. Mystifyingly, after she evolves into her final form overnight, Christian is outside her window, bringing her a scrunchie and a pair of shoes as a gift. The red egg crashes into Nabe's dojoshin and hatches. For some reason, Nabe is compelled to rip off the Sunny's tail, causing him to instantly evolve into Sonichu. The purple egg hatches in a cave, and the purple Sunny starts to telepathically communicate with the Pokemon Mewtwo.
Why would he rip it off?
It.
Oh. This is foreshadowing.
Sonichu. The purple egg hatches in a cave, and the purple Soni starts to telepathically communicate with the Pokemon Mewtwo, who decides to mentor it. For months, this mysterious mentor taught the Soni how to hone his
pores,
lift objects mentally and physically, and the outside world was like.
You were close!
Until one day, during meditation, the Soni suddenly evolves into Magi-chan Sonichu. He
Welcome
then
to
farts.
the boat.
The episode ends.
Alright, I promised that I wouldn't tell you guys about... Also, thank you for the follow. I promised that I wouldn't tell you guys about current day Chris Chan, but I figured it might be worth telling you guys. Chris did find their sweetheart. Their heart sweet. Their boyfriend-free girl sweetheart that they raised from the ground up. Chris is now in a polyamorous relationship with, I kid you not, Magi-chan Sonichu and Mewtwo. Both of those guys. I don't really know how the validity of that works because honestly, Chris doesn't even know the birthday of Mewtwo. He doesn't remember when it's Mewtwo's birthday. He doesn't wish his husband a happy birthday.
With a final bulletin, which would have been more suitable for a televisual feast rather than a comic book.
He doesn't
Stay
know.
tuned for when these hedgehogs meet. In the next episode, Blachu steals a Master Sunstone, and through a comedy of errors, is met with 4 of the chaotic combo. Eventually, the 5-member troop teams
I
up
felt
with
like that was worth
Sonichu,
sharing.
and they take down Blachu, leaving him in a bloody mess, accompanied by a tweet sound effect, commonplace in cartoons. The comic closes with a fake ad for a call service that would send one of the 2 single men in the world a beautiful girlfriend, or a monkey.
Call right now and we'll send you a beautiful girlfriend, absolutely free. But be careful, for if you call now, late or early, you will not only get a girlfriend, but a monkey, and you do not want a monkey. So call right now, 1-800 right now. Buy a guy.
2006, Christian attained a CAD degree after 5 years of study, even though it should have only taken 2. For the graduation ceremony, he decided to wear the robe from his high school graduation instead.
Look at this
Now that Christian received his
intellectual.
qualification, this made him more likely to get a job and advance his life towards building qualification.
Why does he make the same face in this photo?
This made him more likely to get a job and
And
advance
that it's
his
the
life
same
towards
face.
building up a career.
It's like they
doing what he
photoshopped
loved,
him into
and
that.
possibly even realizing his wish for the Sonichu franchise.
I know
to
I'm talking
become a
over him.
dignified reality, making his dream come true.
He graduated, guys. He got a degree. That's what he said. He got his CAD degree from Piedmont, Virginia Community College. We're going to watch one more, and then we're going to call it a night. And this is really, I think, where things start to pick up a little.
What made him this way?
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Ultra Gamer.
I've watched it too many times. Butter, this isn't like a new series, but they kind of like rebooted the comprehensive history, and it's just been
further and further away from
it's
the
just been
Sonichu
continuing.
storyline
They're on
and
like
makes
part
Christian the
44.
main character, with the plot of the comic closely mirroring his own life. The comic begins with Sarah's wedding, with Chris attending in spirit, possibly alluding that he didn't attend her actual wedding. The episode also introduces 2 new characters, Megadula Skunk, based on a character created by Megan.
That's really
and Sarah
good.
Mechtoon, indisputably symbolized
Like that's
based on a character.
That's a lot better than what's in my history? It's better than that. For anyone that's new to just tuning in, that was my Sonic OC when I was a youngin'.
Created by Megan, and Sailor Mechtoon, indisputably symbolizing
That was my
Megan
OC.
herself. He briefly fights off Wes Isley, and at the end of the episode, Sarah thanks him for all the childhood years they spent together.
We'll
and
put a
wishes
speed
him
emo
good luck on his advances towards Megan.
in the Discord server.
Sarah throws her bouquet at him, and he catches it, believing this meant his own wedding would come shortly. Christian uses his comic to depict his inner monologue and fantasies to the world. I love Megan, yet she's not ready to return or seek it. I'd feel better if I could chat with her on the phone, although she's uncomfortable doing that. Our email communications are okay, but speech speaks louder than typed words. The artwork also changes to an unmistakably anime and manga style, perhaps in an effort to appeal to Megan even more. In the following episode, Christian has a lengthy discussion with Sonichu about his optimistic hope that he and Megan will get together,
"Aw, gee,"
despite him admitting a few pages ago that she was not responsive to his advances. He acknowledges that he is so optimistic that he even stopped using his attraction sign. They're interrupted by the announcement that Mary Lee Walsh and the Jerkops are invading Quickville, so Chris teams up with Megan,
It's
Crystal,
voice acted.
and the chaotic combo. During the climax, Crystal gets trapped in the dark mirror, and Christian comforts a tearful Megan who thought that she had lost Chris for good.
Bruh.
His obsession with Megan is made crystal clear, and is further confirmed by the emails she sent to him. I know you know that I hate guys and I hate love, cause I told you a million times. So why do you keep getting too close and touching me? I really don't like it at all.
He didn't have to
I know
do
you
that.
said cause you have feelings for me and it's hard for you, but, I'm sorry, this sounds mean. You really need to try and get over it. If you keep hanging on like that to someone who doesn't love you back, well, it'll only make you more miserable. You need to just accept the fact that I don't and will probably never love you. So you should just take a rejuvenating breath and move on. Advice to which Chris refused to listen, as is evident in an email written just a month later.
I don't know who needed to hear
I'm
that,
just
but
a little
if
mad
you know
that I
who
have
you
to
are.
keep telling you to please stop touching me. It's like you're not wanting to listen to me. I tell you, then you say okay, but eventually you're back to the same tricks, and this time I really mean it. Even my other friends don't like it and think it's weird. So once and for all, could you please stop? You know I don't like it, so why do you keep doing it?
Stop
It's not like you're gonna try and soften me or something. So, I don't want to have to tell you again, or I might get really angry. Cause you know, unwanted remarks or advances to a girl
Just
is
say
sexual
no.
harassment, and I don't take that lightly. Chris's not so subtle attempts at getting her attention did not go unnoticed. Sometimes I get the
Just
feeling
say-
that she copied me to get me to like you. Like
Say it
Sailor Moon,
again.
for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kinda like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. I don't like it much when people get into something right after they find out I liked it first. When you said we had a lot in common, like Sailor Moon and My Little Pony, well, who loved Sailor Moon first? Who collected My Little Pony first?
Me and
Okay,
Takumi
I
playing
know I sound
Animal
like a
Crossing.
spoiled brat, but can you see what I'm trying to say? I don't like being too in common with others. I try to be as different from others as possible. On June 27th, 2006, Patty Chandler was put to sleep. A day later, at a special service, Christian read out the eulogy which he wrote himself. My family, furry friends, anyone else present, we are gathered here today to pay our last respects and wishes to our dearly beloved Beagle Spitz, Patty, who has departed from our world here on Earth to a doggy heaven where she will be happier because she will run free and
Look how
play
cute
with all
she
the other
is.
dogs who are already having fun up there. I will always remember Patty for all the lovely memories she had shared with me
Foreshadowed
from
it.
when I picked her out of the litter at my Aunt Karina's house in Red Oak, Virginia, the time I watched my old best friend, Sarah Hammer, take Patty by her front paws and danced a bit, the times I've watched her stand on her hind legs and then rewarded her with a biscuit bone, the times
Should
I've
we
just sat with her
change
in the
PG
yard
points to
and petted
biscuit
her head.
bones?
I've always given her a bally scratch, where I stroke her head with all 5 fingers, like as if I was gently squeezing a rubber ball. The many times I've fed her a can of food and a cup full of dry food, and refilled her bucket with fresh water so she can drink it and wash her face. When Patty was brought to the vet on that fateful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments, with a hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing that one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, "We love you, Patty." After that, I gave her my final pets: hug, hand-to-paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek-to-fur rub.
It's like a secret
and I sadly
handshake.
waved her for the final time, and I said, "Goodbye, Patty. I love you." As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last barks, saying, "I will always love you, Chris. Thank you." But
Oh
we
my
all must
God.
move on with our lives, with our beloved Lucky Mutts in our hearts and
People
in our
left. They
memories.
didn't want to get
So,
sad.
Patty, may your old doghouse and surrounding flowers forever memorialize your blessed heart, your barks at the stars and strangers, and your loyal love that you have blessed upon me and my family and friends. Bark on and rest in peace, our beloved Lucky Patty.
And yeah, that was like another one of the only like really genuine things Chris has like said, and that's why I didn't really want to interrupt it. And it's kind of interesting the way that not this, but like the way that Chris will cope with this later on. I think this happens in the same episode actually. It might be the next one, but I'm not sure. It's really creative, and I like that. I think Chris is creative. He has a beautiful mind. I don't like making fun of him. I like imitating him. There's a difference.
What would you do for a PS3 and a chance to be on Robot Chicken?
Oh boy, another
Adult Swim
sweepstakes!
held another contest, this time encouraging viewers to submit a video
Baba
where they would
Booey.
say what they would do for a PlayStation 3. Christian's video featured the appearance of his own makeshift PS3,
It's pimped
which was in fact
out.
a PS2 encased in a mix of Lego and pixel block pieces.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia.
Ruckersville, Virginia.
For a PS3. What I would do for a PS3? I tell you
It's like a
what I'd do.
Klondike bar.
Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line. Like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it. Because I want to get rid of that doggone lifelong curse that I have.
Doggone lifelong curse.
Oh yeah, I would
The
trade
curse
in
of
my
Liam.
PS2 for another thing. Or otherwise, I'd make one from wood if it was hard enough. But you know what I did? I did it. I made one from Legos and pixel blocks. And believe it or not, I actually play Guitar Hero on this thing. Thunder Horse.
In
Yo!
the beginning of 2007, Christian started working on a DVD.
They'll tell you later about how they got all the info at Butter. It might be in this episode too. This is kind of the episode where everything really snowballs from what I remember, which is why I told you guys the first 3 episodes are going to be kind of, you know, boring but important.
Called Yep, I'm on TV, which would become a collection of all his TV appearances and his homemade videos, in addition to a
Dude, look at it's like Chris Chan Generations. I'd play that.
a collection of all his TV appearances.
His art
and
does get
homemade
better over the
videos,
years, and he still
in
draws.
addition to a slideshow of
Gee,
his pictures
it's
up
hard
to
to-
2007. He planned to make and
I'm
release
sorry.
it to only a small selection of people, including Mrs. Sanford, with whom he got in touch via email.
You sent it to his teacher.
He may be able to help me in a portion of it now. There will be a slideshow.
And this is where I'm saying that things kind of go south with his teacher. Not like horribly, because he's kind of just naive sending this to her, but just see what he says.
Projected from my PlayStation Portable, featuring not only pics of me growing up, but the friends, teachers, and relatives I've known and remembered, either from heart, like yourself, as well as yearbook signatures. As for what had happened during PBCC, in a nutshell, about midsummer 2003, I've realized upon revelation that I needed a girlfriend to make into a sweetheart from the ground up. So, with the sign, which I've later realized that it made me look slow-minded, the R word, I've started my enduring quest. The Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, came out and tore my sign up
Services.
right in front of me and said, "You're not gonna get a girlfriend this way or anyway." That shattered my heart and murdered my soul. And it wasn't just her. The policemen imposters in brown, white, and red, aka the jerk cops, blue and black, are the true police soldiers. also seriously indented the impression that Virginia is for virgins, not lovers.
Virginia.
He talked about his high hopes for a future with Megan.
I think you meant to say
and
Virginia.
assured his former teacher that she would receive a copy of the DVD. 3 days before his birthday,
oh,
he completed
okay.
Sonichu issue 6.
This is what I was talking about with
first
Patty.
Story, titled Episode 12.5, is strikingly distinct from all the episodes thus
This
far.
is really cool.
Which stars his recently deceased dog, Patty. The story opens with a creative blend of photographic backgrounds and a hand-drawn Patty who wishes she could speak so she could thank Christian for all he has done for her. The next morning, Christian walks outside to feed her, only to discover his dog has transformed into an anthropomorphic dog-like creature.
Hi, Chris! I love
They
you!
spend some leisurely time together, and she tells Chris that she wishes to roam free outside her pen.
It's like No More Heroes
Chris leads
3.
her indoors and shows her his room, which Patty calls crowded, and suggests that if he got a girlfriend...
I know it's weird, but like it's creative. It's creative.
She would help him tidy up. Using a Nintendo DS, Chris
Come on,
reveals a
Chris,
portal
jump through the
which
portal!
opens up to Quickville
tie the
and
rope!
declares
I'm
the
not
town
saying that.
Patty's
I
new
said it
roaming
already. It doesn't
grounds,
matter.
Where she can finally explore with freedom. The final page
Come
of
on,
the story
come on,
is
Chris!
a simple full-page tribute to Patty
Let's
Champion.
go have fun!
The next episode resumes where the last comic left off. As Chris and the gang debate the best way to rescue Crystal, they come to the conclusion that they need to acquire the 7 Sonichu balls to save her. They discover an evil green Sonichu, who then envelops Chris in a dark dimension in which he announces himself as the Sonichu form.
Did he kiss the dog? It's okay. I think it's just a tight embrace. And even if he did, like, come on, guys, don't you all kiss your daddy on the lips?
Then envelops Chris in a dark dimension in which he announces himself as the Sonichu form of Natesurk, who then reveals his true form and declares that he is, in fact, Reldnak Natsu Natesurk.
It's like
as the name
Satan.
implies, he's
oh yeah, here, I was blocking that.
Reldnak Natsu Natesurk.
Wait.
As the name implies.
Why isn't... Hold on. I'm sorry.
He's completely Reldnak Natsu
One more
Natesurk.
time. It's his name backwards, if you couldn't tell.
He's completely the opposite of Christian, with his semi-bare chest symbolizing his raging homosexuality, which horrifies and offends Chris. Meanwhile, Black Sonichu announces that he has turned his back on
I don't have a sound
Natesurk,
effect for that.
and now he is on friendly terms with Chris's friends, and has also all of a sudden developed a romantic interest in Bubbles. Chris and Natesurk transform into their Sonichu forms and battle, until Chris Chan somehow ends up back in Manchester High School. Just as Natesurk is about to deal the final blow, a phantom basketball knocks him unconscious. Chris is woken up by Megan, who tells him that Natesurk fell into a coma
Who
after
could that
hitting
have
his
been?
head on the bleachers and is currently in the hospital. Bionic the Hedgehog reveals himself as the one who wielded the basketball at Natesurk's head. They reminisce about old times
It's him!
and how Chris hasn't drawn Bionic since 2004. Chris laments that he is 25 years old, having never even had a date. The dialogue suddenly becomes a promo for his up-and-coming Yup, I'm on TV DVD, which would not be available for purchase. The scene cuts to 10 weeks later, when Natesurk awakens
They
from
brought
his
him
coma
back!
with a fiery urge to murder Bionic the Hedgehog.
That's
On
like
February
hype as shit.
24th, 2007,
That's like in Subspace when you're fighting Taboo and then Sonic shows up.
Birthday. He held the joint birthday and DVD launch party at what appeared to be the game place. To mark the special occasion and to instill his wisdom unto others, he recorded his important message video,
It is
in which he
a
reflects
very
on
important
all he has
video.
learned over the course of his life. He wished for it to become an educational video shown in schools, but this goal has yet to be accomplished.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there. This message is for everyone of the present and the future beyond this date, February 24th, 2007, my birthday, my 25th birthday. I am high-functioning autistic, and in my 25 years, I have seen and learned so much. And today, I intended to share some words that I hope each and every one of you will take to heart and allow for yourself and everyone else a better, brighter future.
I want everyone to heed his words.
Dirty habits like drinking or smoking.
You should avoid at all costs smoking, drinking alcohol, and intaking similar icky, dangerous stuff. And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and you'll be more likely to get heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. I call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing other than killing you slowly. If I could, I would take every last ounce of tobacco, put them on a rocket, and shoot them up to the moon.
He encourages boys to buy a My Little Pony figure to get accustomed to the female form and pretend to treat it like the girl they like.
If you're a young gentleman, I recommend buying yourself a My Little Pony figure of your favorite color or whatever.
That's racist.
Now, stroking the hair of said pony is very relaxing and therapeutic, and also rubbing it against your cheek. That's nice. And also, you can pretend that the pony is that girl you want to take out sometime, and talk to the pony like you would talk to the girl.
And he recommends that girls get Transformers.
Now, for the ladies, I recommend a good old Autobot.
Good old Autobot! You know.
Because you can get to learn how to examine the mechanics and variations of each and every, of the.
And then you'll be primed and ready for.
You would learn.
For your man to.
Man works. And
to explore them and find all the switches and make him transform. Like, oh, you touch my ta-la-la. You want me to do? Okay. I thought about it and I was like,
all you have to do is just end up and say hello. It's not so hard. All you have to do is say hello to the man, ladies. That's all. And everything will just keep rolling from there.
He encourages girls to be more open to having a relationship with less attractive males, and states the importance of staying with your first mate, neglecting that both of his parents were married before. He finally stresses the point that it is crucial that boys and girls stay straight.
Also keep in mind that while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. Girl for boy, boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey. And besides, if you stray away from the straight path, it can really jeopardize the entire future of the world and the human race.
This video would become the final addition to his DVD.
I am Christopher
I feel dirty.
Christian Weston Chandler. Live long and shine on in your very own unique way. War is never the answer. Peace is. Never fight. Compliments will get you fuzzy wuzzies. War gets you prickly wicklies, as well as punches that get you those too. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
In March, Chris reignited communications via email with his half-brother, Cole Smithy, who had made a career for himself as a film critic.
The nostalgia critic.
This renewed interest was most likely in order to acquire his address so he could send his DVD to his brother. I have talked to Mom, and I quote her when she said, "I do not regret giving life to Cole. We've had a bunch of good years up till the madness, and all things considered, I still love Cole very much like any other mother would for her son. She really does." Cole's response was brutally cold and honest. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather, Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gambit, from bare-assed beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios, acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia, was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew that they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember.
Cole is Chris's half-brother.
To elaborate on his feelings towards Bob.
Before Barbara married Robert / Bob, she was married to another man, and they had Cole, I think.
Crux of my problem with Barbara comes from two sources. The first is Bob's bitter influence on her, which worked to separate our relationship just as Bob did with his own children, with whom he has no association. In nearly 44 years of life, I've never met a meaner or more reprehensible Republican cur than Bob Chandler.
Yo. You guys are fucking curs.
I hope that you will email me when he dies so that I can celebrate. Our mutual hatred has never been a secret, and it points out Barbara's proclivity to isolate herself via scurrilous mates. The second and more compelling issue that permanently ruined my relationship with Barbara is the litany of lies she tells anyone who will listen about the identity of my biological father and about her marriage history. He revealed that he employed a private investigator to track down his biological father, who was most likely a man named Rand Coleman Yates, to whom Barbara was married.
That's him, officer!
And send your DVD to my address listed below. You and I may be related, but our mother only loves you. As the months progressed, Chris and Megan's strained relationship carried on. She told him that she did not appreciate him depicting her original female characters with breasts, and once more ordered Christian to stop touching her. In May, Chris created a YouTube account called Sonichu and uploaded his first video, a fight on the game Soul Calibur of Chris versus Mary Lee Walsh.
Disappear!
Perfect.
Got him.
Perfect. Perfect.
See that?
In June, Megan left for Kentucky, with Chris emailing her frequently, updating her with his activities at the game place and saying how much he missed her.
I love
He also
old
mentioned
YouTube.
attending an upcoming rummage sale in town, which ended up being reported on in the Daily Progress, with Barbara and Christian receiving an honorary mention. Right behind Ross, Christian and Barbara Chandler were waiting to shop. Christian wanted toys and video games, while his mother wanted to look for fabric. In the meantime, Sony held the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown contest.
Another!
The Parappa the Rapper video
Another
game,
contest!
which required contestants to submit a video of
Yet
themselves
another!
performing a song from the game. However, they were limited to only using their own voices, with the use of backing tracks resulting in an immediate disqualification. The winner would get 2 PSPs and an all-expense trip to Seattle's Penny Arcade Expo. Chris was convinced that if he were to win the competition, he could give one of the PSPs to Megan and then invite her along to Seattle so she could fall in love with him and finally take his virginity.
AP Station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia.
Junkie, this
I
is
have a
another-
PSP. I like to rap. I play with the rapper. I go
Another
with him
CD.
now. The only song I know is Master Onion, which I got from a demo I borrowed from my friend Megan.
Chris's video was far from polished, with rehearsal probably kept at a minimum.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to let test me, I'm sure you'll find that you all things that I teach you sure to beat ya. Over the rest of that to listen to.
He inserts various seemingly random video effects, which were at his disposal via the camera he used to film the video, the PlayStation Eye.
I need these effects on my stream deck.
Jump and forward.
Birthday boy.
Close. Come on now, watch it follow my word. Because it's almost done. It'll make things worse.
Top 10 rappers Eminem was afraid to diss.
Rap. That's a rap.
Rap. That's
a
Christian
rap.
found out that his entry made it into the top
Tip,
10
tip,
and was
diddly-doo.
now eligible to the public vote, ultimately due to the low number of total entries. He announced his elation online and urged everyone to vote for him on all his websites and social media.
He hasn't won any contest, Bonsai. The only one that he's ever won was the first one, the Sonic shopping spree one. Every other one has been a critical failure.
So emailed several people asking for their vote. This included some unlikely candidates, such as his former guidance counselor from PVCC, Susan Hannafin, and his brother. After some deliberation, Cole agreed to vote for Chris, only after Chris asked their mother about who Cole's real father was. Chris promptly replied that he asked her and claimed that his father was Jack Dale Smithy, which Cole knew to be untrue.
Chris, I'm only going to vote for you in the stupid sweepstakes if you tell me who my biological father is that spread their seed with that Republican cur known as Barbara. Okay, well, you'll just vote for me and the PSP. I just want the PSP.
Understandably unsatisfied and upset, he continued to email Chris about how Barbara enveloped his life in lies, closing with an earnest wish to be informed of Bob's eventual passing. Chris intensified his campaign by handing out flyers at the game place, urging fellow visitors to vote. He even resorted to voting for his own video by making fake accounts, and gave himself a glowing review. From Quick Sonichu, Video Lucky 7. Such honesty of his situation and devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotions to his performance. The visually appealing effects added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background of his assumed-to-be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3 was truly a wise and great addition. Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As this brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a rap. Truly the cherry on the top of the sundae. A perfect score of 5 out of 5 stars for his marvelous effort, and smiling at knowing he looked a bit stupid. Voting was closed at the end of July. The polls are closed, and I am anxious to find out if I am number 1 of the Rappas or not. I really want that trip to Seattle so I can be with my sweet Megan longer than usual and have fun together.
My heart's sweet.
I love her so much. On August 3rd, it was announced that the winner of the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown was Adam Stackhouse.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Chris immediately wrote a strongly capitalized email to Sony, demanding they reconsider. I really wanted that trip so I could have a chance to impress my sweetest Megan and possibly fulfill my dream of getting married and soon have a daughter named Crystal. Yet now
What if I went into the beatboxing Discord server and just like played Adam Stackhouse and his Parappa egg music thing?
Frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin have been balls broken like I have through a big chunk of my life in America's favorite game, Kick the Autistic. Sigh. I had my fantasies of having fun with Megan, taking her to a really extravagant destination. I am not rich.
Extravagant.
Taking a long-wanted tour of the Nintendo of America Company Tour.
You were close.
Playing Guitar Hero against the guy in the Parappa costume, jamming with Megan in the hotel room, and possibly our first time in bed. Sigh. Life can be so unfair and f***ing corrupt, but I digress. Take the acapella rule to the max on those 3 out of 10 videos. Take care, Christian Weston Chandler. He argued that the winning entry used a backing track and had to be disqualified. However, since the backing music was actually sung in a cappella, the entry was deemed suitable. Chris seemingly ignored the rule that contestants could not rewrite the lyrics, which Chris obviously did, thusly disqualifying himself. He directed his anger towards Stackhouse in his blog post on the PlayStation Network's website. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. This jerk's video was against the no music rule. His, Surya Butchwald, and Aperluski's video all should have been disqualified because they all had music. He also let Megan know about his sorrow. I am angry, depressed, and lonesome, all simultaneously. I worked so damn hard.
Him telling Megan about his sweepstake woes is like him telling his teacher about his love life.
And I even made up over 120 dummy email accounts.
Like, what are you doing?
To match
Just get
their
Twitter.
PlayStation accounts, so I could stuff the f***ing ballot.
He admitted to stuffing the ballot.
Effort, rapping and dancing with goofy effects to be even considered. Spreading the word as far and wide as possible. Wasted. And I did it all for you, Megan. I had you in my heart as I chopped the onion a la mode dance. Megan finally let him have a piece of her mind.
It's regretful.
I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend, and I
Yeah, Megan hates him.
When I say don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. To release his rage, Christian filmed a video of himself shooting a dart-firing Megatron pistol at a dartboard with a photo of Adam Stackhouse's face on it.
And that is how angry I am at Adam Stackhouse, Aperluski, Rudell, and Surya Butchwald. They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
Shoutouts to Freakazoid 9000.
His attitude towards Megan changed little. announcing his displeasure at her fraternizing with her friend Christopher. The hugging was one thing, but when I heard the smack of your kiss on his cheek, it started a chain reaction in my head.
Oh, I know,
OMG
Butter.
to
It's really
simultaneous
interesting to go back
infuriation and jealousy.
every now and
I assure
then.
you that I would not do anything extreme to Christopher. Originally, I was not fond of him because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all. I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path.
He's legitimately
Then I mentally,
scared of
sometimes from a
them.
DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy
Homophobic.
in my face. I tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well get a gender change operation. In late October, Daniel Mims, who frequented the game place, covertly snapped a couple of photos of Chris in mid-battle, and his buddy Lucas uploaded them onto the anonymous image board, 4chan.
Oh,
A
here's...
user on the comedy website, Something Awful, who had
This
seen
is where it
Christian
really
on the
starts.
UVA campus, created a thread focused on Christian and his comics,
Here we
unleashing
go.
the Christian myth onto the world. Members debated over the veracity of his supposed actions, and those who have witnessed him in person shared their stories. The fascination around Chris quickly spread to other websites. The outlandishness of his situation motivated people to draw inappropriate fan art featuring Chris and his Sonichu characters.
Yikers!
On November 3rd, in a thread on 4chan, a user named Evan Christopher George was encouraged to send Chris an email showcasing a small selection of fan art. This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it. The included images were Chris hosting girlfriend auditions with no darkies written on his desk, a short comic about Chris losing his virginity by having sex with Sonichu, a graphic depiction of Sonichu masturbating while yelling out, "No darkies, jerk up," and Chris and Sonic Thorndike, a character conceived by one Blaze Sonic, having a stare down. Chris's reply was rather unexpected. Thank you for your fan art contributions. In constructive criticism, I like the one with me and a girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I'm feeling great detest towards the other two.
No turning
Sonichu
back
and I
now,
are
guys.
not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me though, please draw a strip of Rosechu stripping for Sonichu and have him f her. And draw Rosechu masturbating and squirtin'. I am
Squirtin'.
straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction. Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote
gets
with
way
the rest of the
worse.
fans. Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. We're keeping track. Evan immediately
We're watching you. Don't fuck with us.
posted Chris's response on 4chan, and in order to archive all future interactions, Jason Kendrick Howell created a page on the satirical Wikipedia-style website Encyclopedia Dramatica, solely devoted to Christian.
It
Under the
snowballs
assumption
really
that
fast.
These people on the internet provoking and making fun of him, or trolls, or genuine fans of his, he shared the news with Megan.
So if you guys don't know, Encyclopedia Dramatica is basically like a wiki that is like completely satirical, or it's made for the sake of satire, but it's like basically used to catalog people like Chris. But it talks about them in the most negative light possible. And it's also not attached to like the family, like the umbrella of like all the other wikis, like how all the other wikis are like connected to like this like fandom network or whatever. It's separate from that. It's just a very similar functioning website. So it can't be like moderated by like actual wiki mods.
News though is that I've had more fans for Sonichu than I thought. Now the worst to bad. I got this email earlier that had a set of 4 fan art of Sonichu and me. While I enjoyed more the spoof of me sitting by a box on a sidewalk, girlfriend auditions, and the one with me glaring in the eyes of a blue hedgehog in armor. The other 2, in that set of 4, freaked, creeped, and scared the crap out of my head. A lot worse than my freak out over you on Christopher's lap last night. Please keep that in private. In other words, get a room. I sent him a reply with respective criticism. I was infuriated. He also found out about an artist on the website DeviantArt who had made Sonichu-related
I'm
fan
so
art,
sorry.
but did not credit Chris in it, and also discovered the Encyclopedia Dramatica page. In the meantime, Evan continued to send Chris more fan art. I'm very sorry I disappointed you, Chris Chan. I drew what you wished. He sent a drawing of a naked Rose-Chew having sex with Sonichu, and finally masturbating and squirting out of her gigantic penis. Oh,
Bruh.
here's more art from more of my friends. I didn't draw any of this stuff though, so if you don't like it, I have no guilt. This email included more graphic content, including Mary Lee Walsh and a transgender Rose-Chew. Alright, I have one last batch of fan art. I'm sorry to send so many to you, but my friends are really eager to share it all. I hope you enjoy. He attached more fan art, a few more tasteful than the rest.
Buff Sonichu. Oh, it's wait. It's JoJo's.
Than the rest. Chris replied,
Look at that. You can't see. Oh wait, you can't see Chris. Hold up. Hold up. There, you see it? There you go.
Disclosing a link to the.
It's kind of like my head was on him actually.
Evan Corley denied accountability.
Wait.
Disclosing.
That's funny. Hold on. Zap to the extreme!
Disclosing a link to the ED page about him. Evan Corley denied accountability. What? What a horrible page. I'm sorry. I must wonder how they got pictures of our emails. I hope no one's hacking my email account. Ignoring security concerns, Christian sent another angry email. Do me a favor. Draw a vagina on my Rose-Chew. Rose-Chew is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle. If I see one more frickin'
pickle,
and you may spread this quote,
no pickle,
artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow.
Disappear!
Evan replied with a simple uh-oh and a picture of Rose-Chew holding a pickle, saying, I wish pickles could masturbate and squirt. And Evan saying, fudge, you're going to beat me up in SC3 now, aren't you? I shouldn't have let our souls get fiercely entangled. On November 4th, someone who called herself Vivian
That's
G
so good.
sent an email claiming that she independently created a similar character called Sonichu and wanted Chris to acknowledge that it wasn't stealing. Evidently, he stated that it was fan art and that she shouldn't keep doing it because his characters mean too much to him. Vivian then sent a caps-locked email trying to convince him to improve himself. Jesus, are you so high on your horse that you think it's fan art? Jesus Christ, man, you are irritating me. You are putting me under more damn stress than you'll ever have. I want to express my goddamn self to the internet, and I find that some prick who thinks he's so great can call homosexuals wrong. And I have 2 lesbian friends who would be offended as f by your ignorance. And things like going around stalking girls will get you a girlfriend. Newsflash, bitch. You mean nothing to this world, and you will never get laid unless you improve yourself. Your troubles with jerk cops isn't because of them, it's because of you. Fuck off and die.
Smash Twitter when I quote retweeted Nairo's statement.
This entire debacle with trolls encouraged Joshua Martinez to toy with Chris, who first met him at James Madison University, where they both received speech therapy and remained as acquaintances. He managed to convince Chris that he regularly schmoozed with movie stars, thanks to his connections to the movie business. He contacted Chris.
Oh, she's completely
claimed
right. I'm
that
just
he found
joking.
a girl who would like to meet him, when in fact, he was only trolling him. He even pretended to be this Lori and had a conversation with Chris through instant messaging. Christian reported on his elation in an email to Anna. Her name is Lori Lopez. I chatted with her through AOL Instant Message last night.
If you guys don't know who this is talking, by the way, or that's speaking to Chris, because we were kind of talking over that, that's Joshua Martinez. He's some guy that was taking the same like speech therapy class with Chris. Which is interesting, because that kind of makes him one of the only trolls that, like, fucks with him in person. And it's also interesting because he's completely oblivious, as far as I'm aware, to, like, all of the other things that happen with Chris over the internet. So it's like, there's just something about Chris that makes him a very easy target. I mean, it doesn't take a detective to see, you know, what makes him an easy target, but, like, it's sad.
She was really sweet, and not only did I have a great time getting to know her.
That being said, I wonder what he sounds like
turned on
because of speech
I know
therapy.
That she works at a car lot, I think. She's 23, brunette, brown eyes.
It's
and
my
she's
Discord.
A mix of American and Spanish. If you've watched the movie,
I don't know why it says Quickville.
The starring woman Jessica Alba.
It's supposed to say
American
Zumbiniville,
Spanish
but it
mix
still
as
does that.
He also mentioned her to Megan, and even attached a supposed photo of her. On November 7th, Chris filmed a video pleading those involved with the ED page to be more respectful about him and take it down, and talked in length about his life and what caused him to be in his current situation.
ED means Encyclopedia Dramatica, by the way.
That I have a lot more fans of my electric hedgehog Pokemon Sonichu than I had originally thought.
Fans of Guy.
I thank each and every one of you for your support. And I will draw more comics when I get some positive inspiration or when I feel like it. After all, everybody has a life, so do I. I have a life. I would like to humbly apologize for appearing to be some kind of sleaze, troll, badass, or whatever adjective, good or explicit, you may feel about me. Please understand, I am a 25-year-old high-functioning autistic male with a simple, peaceful dream of becoming a father of a sweet, little pretty girl who I will dub the name Crystal Weston Chandler. Crystal, a name that sounds similar to mine, but it has a nice ring to it.
He claims that his family, on his mother's side, stems from British royalty.
Weston, my mother's maiden name, and a
apologizing for
name
being based.
Royal descent. As a matter of fact, among my mother's side in the ancestral traits.
Yo, Butter's funny.
Have been traced down to
that was
Daniel
funny,
Weston,
Butter.
Who was on the Mayflower voyage.
It was good.
And beyond him, Anne Boleyn, who was the one of King Henry VIII's wives.
What does this have to do with anything? It has everything to do with you guys asking about how they figured out all of this information about him. Because he found the Encyclopedia Dramatica page due to people... What's up? Thank you for the follow, ATX. Because people found out about him on the internet with the Sega Forum and Something Awful and 4chan and now ED, people inevitably, because there are just bad apples everywhere, especially when ED gets involved, are harassing him. So it's inevitable that he was going to see the article, and now this is his reaction to it. He's trying to... He's interpreting their portrayal of Chris as misguided instead of just making fun of him. So they think that they just have all the wrong information. So what he's doing right now is something that we're not going to hear about with a proper term until part 5, but I'll just spoil it. It's something called an information overload. That's what Chris calls it. He's recounting his entire life story to them right now, and it's starting with this video where he basically tells them everything that we've learned so far, and then after that, he's going to edit the article on his own, telling even more. So, to answer everyone's question about where all this information about his early life came from, it came straight from Chris. Because he just doesn't, unfortunately, recognize cues on the internet. That's how it happened.
Who gave birth to Queen Elizabeth I.
He talks about his upbringing, the struggles of the school system, and his achievements in high school. He defends his methods for finding a sweetheart.
All I did was sit around with a sign by my side that said I was looking for...
I actually am inclined to believe that, Butter.
1825, yada yada yada, all that page. And I did all that because I have feared rejection and the infinitely high boyfriend factor, because you cannot tell which ladies are paired up and which are not. And wedding rings, that's just a whole different story.
Chris is an unreliable narrator, but he gives enough information where you can do more research about things that surround what he's talking about and connect the dots.
Sorry, because they're married. Because it's not like you can...
I wasn't there, so like I can't
who's already paired up.
tell you exactly how they got the info, but...
That's just one perspective.
You know.
So please understand, I am not a violent person. I'm decent. I come from a caring, loving pair of parents. I'm kind.
Nah, he's racist.
Considerate. I will respect your space and your feelings ever so much. Thank you very much for your time and listening. And please remember, I'm an innocent person. Just like most every one of you, I've had my faults. I've had my share of bad times. I have my share of good times. Please understand that. Thank you again. Take care.
With this recent upsurge in interest for Chris, he had the ability to raise awareness for his cause and maybe even take proper action to prevent further trolling. Or better yet, if he took better care of his online presence, he could have made all of this fade away.
This is really where it picks up, guys, from here. So, that's our first night with Chris. Definitely a hell of an introduction if you guys weren't familiar before. Can it be a Sunday thing? We can make it like exclusively Sunday. Just so that everyone knows when to fucking come in. And if you're not able to make it, you can just watch the VOD. I want to see some hot pickup artist or someone do the Chris Chan technique sign. And I'll make a video about it. I want to make a pro guide style video where I just like talk about Chris Chan and we'll call it Quick Guides. How does he afford all the shit in his room? I think you missed part 1 where he won this big sweepstakes from like watching Sonic Sat AM, I think. Whatever it was a contest where he won a shopping spree of like 1,000 bucks at his toy store, and he just got all of this Sonic merch. And as a result, he develops this sense of entitlement and kind of just enters all these other contests. That's why you saw him enter all these contests later on. Broken Chris Chan techniques. But, a Sonichu Meta Knight? Yo. Let's fucking go, Fandango. Thank you. I want to see that. If you send me the text of his pitch, I can make it my Tinder bio. Just go on the quickie and look up the attraction sign. When do I normally start my streams on Sunday? I don't have, like, a dedicated schedule, but I guess this in particular is gonna have to become something. But, I mean, just join the Discord, guys. We talk about everything in the Discord. That being said, I know that the time zone's getting a little bit too based for the people on the East Coast, so I am gonna cut it off here. Okay? But if we want to talk about this more, I'm down to talk in the Discord tonight, so again, become a Zumbiniville citizen. Hip hip Zumbini. And, yeah. Finally, you guys get to know all the fucking inside jokes that I can make now. Ah, it's like such a weight off my shoulders. But yeah, definitely want to do this again next Sunday. It'll be a very, very long wait. What's up with PG Live classes? They're not happening anymore. They're gone. We're moving to strictly focus on YouTube stuff. But, I want to kind of try and push to see if we can get, like, at least, like, a viewer battle type of thing back. Maybe. You guys want homework? We're gonna do a quiz about how the Pokemon came into their Pokeballs. How's that sound? I'm gonna quiz you on the book you wrote. But, yeah, I'm gonna take off, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I'm so happy we got almost fucking 40 people in here to watch Chris Chan. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. Thank you so much, though, guys. I really do appreciate it. That all being said, I'll see ya when I see ya. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but again, we'll just talk in the Discord. So, good night.
Wonderful!